Right. Good evening and welcome to a special session of today's program. My name is Samuel Oludare Yorokun. Obviously, you know me very well. And right here, I've got Robert Madi is joining me today for this special focus on a project, a charity project, so to say, in Nakuru in Kenya. Robert, you were linked to Anne. So where's the connection?
Oh, thanks very much, Mr. Yorokun, for an invite. My name is Madi, Robert Madi. I moved to Wigtown, that is in Dumfries and Galloway, and that is way back in 2011 with my family. I'm moving from Paisley to Dumfries and Galloway. That is where my partner had a job. So in 2012, I've known Anne Todd for over probably 6-7 years to date. And this lady, we managed to have something in common. I loved drumming.
Okay.
One time we met up on a drumming session and we got talking. So we both became good friends. She's actually done very well, immensely well. And she's a lady, I would say she's one in a million. Anne Todd has done really a lot of charity work. Sure. She goes to Africa, particularly in Kenya, in a place called Nakuru. Right. Nakuru, she normally flies out every year. Unfortunately, this time around, she hasn't been able to fly out just because of the pandemic and this the situation we're in just now. So we all understand the hard times we're all going through. So I'll probably let Anne Todd come in, and she'll probably explain more about the charity, which is called Twawomba Musada. Twawomba Musada means asking for help to support other people in need of help. So Anne Todd, could you please take it away if you can?
Okay. Well, thank you. Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah, go on.
Thank you very much for inviting me along this evening. It's the first time I've ever done anything like this. I grew up in Wigtown in a family who didn't travel. I had never travelled. I had never flown. Spent most of my life in Wigtown and Dumfries and Galloway, and joined the local African drumming group in a town called Stranraer, and actually met Robert through the African drumming group initially. I've done a lot of volunteering pretty much all my life, from helping at Sunday school. I was a member of the Girl Guides and went on to become a young leader at the Girl Guides, which was a voluntary position. Then in later years, I volunteered in one of the local charity shops, the Canine Rescue charity shop in Newton Stewart. In 2013, I actually helped to do some fundraising for a friend's son who was travelling to Nakuru as part of a group of volunteers. I had never heard of the trip itself until my friend's son was travelling, and it wasn't something that I'd ever imagined that I would take part in. In 2014, we had a visit from a group of drummers from Ghana who were touring in the UK, and they came along and did a workshop with our drumming group and kept in touch with them. And in 2015, they came back to the UK, and we actually hosted them. They were doing a bit of work around our area, and they came to stay in Wigtown, and that was a real coup for Wigtown, because we weren't in the habit. Robert was the only African who was around Wigtown. Wigtown's not a very big place, so it was quite an event to have the Ghanaian drummers, Kakachichi master drummers from Ghana, staying in Wigtown. We put on an event. I think it was 2016, but it came about that the guys from Ghana had invited me to go on holiday to Ghana, and I had never ever wanted to fly. and never really thought about travelling. But anyway, happened to bump into Rob one day, and he told me about a guy who worked in Newton Stewart, who took part in these trips, the volunteer trips out to Kenya. And he said, why don't we go and visit him and see what we can do? and the rest, as they say, is history. So yes, it's been quite an experience getting involved. I mean, Robert's been a great help in a big way with advising and helping with fundraising. The charity that we travel out with is actually called African Adventures Foundation, who are an English-based charity that's been running since about 2010 or 2011. And they are involved in Kenya, Ghana, and Zanzibar. They provide support in schools that are already set up, but in areas of severe deprivation. There's a lot of poverty in the area of Nakuru where we volunteer. So the African Adventures provide financial support for these schools to be able to try and educate as many children as possible. So I don't know if there's any questions you want to ask.
Yes, there are lots of questions.
Okay. Better not waffle on too much.
No, that's okay. And because the first time Robert told me that and I remember telling him that name rings a bell, and was like, well, I said I've had that name before, and then would trace that back to, this drumming group,
Yes.
Winter. But then, of course, to the conga, a set of two drums, conga, that you donated to the Association of African Communities, maybe around 2014 or 15.
Would be probably, yes.
So when I told him, I said, yes, I know where the name came from. So, and I told him that, yeah, you gave us drum, an African drum, then, which was like an insignia for us at the office. We just placed it by the window. So thank you very much again. I mean, that would be the first time I'm seeing you not face to face, because obviously we're not saying face to face, but I'm seeing you in a moving picture. Now, from Scotland to Nakuru, Kenya, how's the journey been? I know it's not just like taking a bus and then going to Lochwinnock or coming to Glasgow or Paisley. I know that it would have taken passion, it would have taken sort of sacrifice. But from that time up until now, what can you say about the journey?
It's been an absolutely amazing journey. It's something that I never ever imagined I would be doing. The journey itself, I mean, even the process of in 2016, when we first talked about going, and I put in my application form to be part of the trip, I had no passport. So even applying for a passport, and there was only about 6 months that we had to do some fundraising to help cover the cost of the trip alone. And over and above that, we managed to raise some money to take out with us to use while we were out there to support projects in Nakuru. But that was, it was like a completely different experience, because it wasn't something that I'd ever done. So within 6 months, I'd gone from never having travelled to having my passport and travelling to Nakuru. Even a trip to Glasgow was a novelty, because I don't travel anywhere. So it was quite an experience. It was all very new to me. It's been a complete life changer. I mean, really, my life now revolves around, obviously, my family here, but we've also got our family in Nakuru, the good friends and family that we've made since travelling over there, and it's lovely to go back each year and meet up with old friends and make new friends while we're there as well, and become a big part of life out there for the families on the dump site as well. The school that we're based in, the Walk Centre Primary School, the majority of the children live on the town rubbish dump in the most horrendous conditions. You know, there's no water, no sanitation. They're living in shelters that are built. Oh, that's my brother's dogs. That photograph shouldn't have been in. That one slipped through. So the families are living with nothing. I mean, they're scavenging on the dump site to find anything that they can to sell for recycling, to try to raise money to buy food and to support themselves. The African Adventures provide a feeding programme in the schools that they support. So the children who come to the school each day, they get their dinner. They have ugali and cabbage soup basically every day for lunch. The school's open on a Saturday. The children come in, and not just the school children, but they bring their younger brothers and sisters as well, and they get a meal every day. So African Adventures, you know, they've supported these children tremendously over the years. The group of volunteers, when we go out, we do all sorts. I mean, we're based in the school, but we go up onto the dump site. Over the years, we've helped provide donations of money to build shelters for the families on the dump site, to provide secure accommodation for them. We've provided water. There are water tanks up on the site, so any spare money that there is, we buy water to provide water for the families. There's been all sorts of different projects. We've provided a play area for the children in a little dump site, a classroom that was on the dump site. We've provided school packs. This is the children up in the dump site classroom. They were so happy the day they received their little backpacks. They had pencils and paper and sweeties and juice and biscuits and socks and hats and mittens. They were so happy. But yeah, I mean, and it is. I mean, they're so happy. I mean, the children never stop smiling. They smile all the time. But yeah, so it's been. Latterly we've provided a project for the teenage girls in the secondary schools, where we've provided funding to supply to buy materials and supply reusable sanitary towels for the girls. So rather than providing disposable pads that would be thrown away, each of the teenage girls have received packs with reusable pads to enable them to go to school every day and not miss any days each month. You know, so that's been good. So yes, and Helen, our good friend in Nakuru, has been instrumental in organising the making of these pads. She goes out and buys the raw materials and has a lady who has a sewing machine, and she makes the pads up, and then Helen and Eunice, her friend, go into the schools and hand out the packs to the girls. So they're always very excited when they receive. But because of the situation this year with the COVID pandemic, the schools have been closed. So they've been able to organise. Eunice is involved with an organisation called Family Life Initiative, and they have organised meetings for the girls in particular, where they've provided self-defence classes, hygiene, personal hygiene and education, and they've been able to donate the reusable pad packs through that as well. So that's been good. And the boys haven't missed out. The boys have received some packs recently with vests and boxers and socks and toothbrushes and toothpaste and things. So the boys have received as well. But yeah, there's lots and lots, and the support is amazing. The support that we've had from family and friends and complete strangers has been absolutely amazing over the years, and it builds and builds. It's absolutely, you know, it's unbelievable actually. I mean, I never ever imagined that it would grow as it has.
Yeah.
It's hard work.
I understand you've gone even further, expanded your support and voluntary job, helping the adults, giving them or providing them with starter packs, like business starter packs. Is that right?
That's
could
right.
you tell us more about that, please?
This year, we've actually provided some funding through friends over here who have given donations, and we've been able to provide chickens or hens for some of the women on the dump site, to try and support them, to encourage them to try and support themselves, or to be able to support themselves, in the hope that the chickens will grow to become good layers, and provide eggs for them, but also to be able to provide some sort of income for the women as well. And more recently, our local butcher in Wigtown, Mr. Stephen Croney, had done some fundraising connected with our Ben Nevis mountain climb, the sponsored climb that we did in October. Stephen did a fundraiser in the shop to help support that, and provided some funding along with another friend from Wigtown. And we are in the process of looking after some piglets to provide as well. So, but the piglets, the woman who had the piglets was struggling to maintain them. They were needing veterinary inspection and feeding as well, and she was struggling. She thought she was going to have to sell the piglets before they were ready to leave the mother. So these piglets are at the moment being looked after with the plan of selling them to provide piglets for individuals as well, to be able to obviously that'll be an ongoing project, and they will eventually be able to bring in some financial support for the new owners.
Okay, that's great. So if I could say, so that means you are actually helping people to take charge of their own lives, either they want to set up business or they want to do something else. So it's just like enabling them by the help that you've received from maybe from the community here or other communities to help them. Yes. Now, the other question is, you did mention that the initial one, when you were going to go out, you had to make an application. You make an application. So is this organization for people, if people wants to work with this organization or to volunteer, is that the same process?
Yes, the group of volunteers who go over, we're quite we've got a core group of members, but each year people can apply to come, not just on our trip, but African Adventures Foundation is an English-based charity or a UK-based charity. And people can apply. There are groups of volunteers go out throughout the year. I think they mainly focus on student groups and younger groups, students and even workplaces as well. I think initially the group, Eddie, the guy who I approached first of all about travelling to Nakuru with the group that he organises, initially went out with a group from his football supporters, his football club supporters group, but it's the groups vary from year to year in the amount of volunteers, but we find our group tends to be around 8 volunteers. There were supposed to be 10 this year, but African Adventures, I'm not sure what size of groups they'll take out. I don't know if there's any limit to the size of group, but if anyone was interested in travelling to get Ghana, Kenya or Zanzibar are the 3 countries that they actually work in. They have schools that they support in each of those 3 countries. So if anyone was interested, then they would be able to search for African Adventures Foundation online and link up with them there. The Twamba Masada actually came about. We kind of branched off, Robert and I. We started off it was a one-off really to begin with, a market stall. We have a little market here in Wigtown throughout the summer, and it started off through the drumming group initially, some of my friends donated bric-a-brac and second-hand goods to sell at a stall, and I was left with quite a few things. So we finished up opening it up to a market stall in Wigtown, which has grown and grown. But I think we've got the biggest stall in the market. but again, after my first trip out to Kenya, I brought some items home with me that are made on the dump site and by local people, mainly from recycled goods. I bring them back with me and sell them, and the money that's raised from the sales goes back into the donation pot for the projects out there. So it's and when I'm at home, I'm able to have, I've got a contact out there, or in fact 2 contacts that I can have stuff sent over. I send the money over, and they send some items over. So that the banner there is the banner we use on our market stall. So it's
yeah, and this Twawumba Musada, Robert is trying to tell me what it means, but I want to hear it from you, in case it's wrong.
Well, initially my idea was to have the title. When I asked my friend, I Googled to see what the Swahili word, the Swahili phrase was for supporting others. And I contacted my friend Helen in Nakuru to ask her if it would, because when you Google, you get all sorts of different ones. But Helen said, no, this is what you want. And it was Twawumba Musada. And she said it was asking for help. And I thought, I didn't really know if that was what I wanted the title to be. But actually, it's been amazing. I mean, and, you know, we don't really ask. We do our fundraising, but people are so generous that I don't know. They come along. I mean, I've had occasions where complete strangers have handed me money, you know, as part, because they've heard of what we're doing, or, you know, and it really is. It's been quite a surreal experience, strange, but yes, and amazing. I mean, even at the market stall, meeting complete strangers and chatting about them, and, you know, the people, amazing, the people that have been out in Kenya or various other countries volunteering, or, you know, involved in similar sort of work. So it's quite something. But yes, Twawumba Musada means asking for help. Instantly.
Thank you very much.
So
you see right on the screen, that is yourself and
yes.
people from the locals in the area where you are working.
Yes.
And I was going to ask, or I'm going to ask that with these locals that are in those, or how do I want to call them, the people that are within that area, that community,
Yes.
how helpful have they been for this project? I mean, it's for them. So, but there are times, you know, you have some communities where people will be quite receptive, but for the community in Nakuru, how did they receive this project, and how long has this project been going on for?
Our project, the Twawumba Musada, we've been running probably since about 2016. The African Adventures Foundation, they work within the school, but it's our team that go up onto the dump site and work with the locals there. We met a guy called Sami Mbugwa, who grew up on the dump site, had the opportunity to come over to the UK to college, and did a building course and construction course in college in Brighton, and took his skill. It was through other volunteers. Took his skills back to the dump site, employed young lads on the dump site to build the shelter. So it was Sami who was actually organising the building with any donations of funding that was provided by the volunteers. I think to date we've probably put up about 30 shelters through Sami. Very, very sadly, Sami, he was elected as a local councillor 2 years ago, and very, very sadly, Sami passed away last week. So just a young man, he was doing so much for his community, helping others. And recently, just before he passed away, we had managed to send some money over. And he has actually been, because of the situation with the pandemic, he has been providing food parcels for elderly people and families with disabilities who obviously haven't been able to get any support or very little support during this year that we've had these troubles. But his death will have left a huge void in the area. You know, Sammy was a great contact, but we have Helen, our friend Helen, who helps a lot as well. So she's our contact for the sanitary pad project, and actually there has been some money sent out over this weekend to provide food parcels for some of the families on the dump site with young children in the run up to Christmas. So it's ongoing. We do what we can when we can, and sadly this year, because we haven't been able to travel out, we've been unable to do other things whilst we were there. But looking forward to hopefully being able to travel out later next year to continue with what we do. But at least we can help out. You know, even although we're not there, we've got someone who can help us.
Maybe briefly, Anne, could you tell us how much somebody has to, if somebody was willing to travel out there, what's the minimum amount somebody has to fundraise?
To fundraise to cover the cost of the trip,
yes.
It works out
and
about...
somebody has to go through.
Sorry?
Yes, the minimum amount somebody has to fundraise to fly out there.
I would say probably by the time everything's paid, from your flights to your trip, the cost of the trip itself, your visa and everything, I would say probably about £1,800 to £2,000 by the time everything's been paid up. So it's a lot of money to raise. In fact, the last 2 years, my daughter came with us, so we had double amount of money to raise. But it was good. It was a good experience for her as well. But yes, I would say probably about £1,800 to £2,000 would cover all the costs, from injections and medication, your malaria tablets and things like that. But you passport, visa, flights and the actual cost of the trip itself for your accommodation and transfers. It works out. So yes, it's not a cheap.
Right. Thank you very much, Anne. I will just give you like maybe about 1 minute for maybe like a sort of a message to the people out there, whether those people that wants to join to volunteer, or those people that wants to contribute, or even probably those people that are out there in Kenya who are willing, or who through your message could get involved in also giving a helping hand. So the ground is yours.
Thank you. Well, if anyone would like to be part of the trip, or any African Adventures trip, then I would advise you to get in touch with African Adventures Foundation. If you're interested in donating in any way towards any projects that we're involved in, please feel free to get in touch. I think there were some contact details on the Twamba Masada banner that Samuel showed in the programme.
Yes.
So yes, that feel free to get in touch. And to our friends in Nakuru, it's been a pleasure to work with them. We've been gratefully received out there, and if anyone out there is willing to help to support the projects out there, then feel free to get in touch as well. It's been a great pleasure to be able to.
Right, thank you very much.
Thanks very much for your time.
We appreciate you for coming, and we'll keep track to check what's the progress of what you are doing in Kenya and in other areas.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for having me on the program. Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Right. Watchers and listeners, thank you very much for joining us. Remember, programs are ongoing here right till 10 o'clock today. and you'll be right on to your next program, which is the news highlights. And after that, you'll be on to our consciousness personality interview. So please do stay on with us. Right, welcome to this sessions of our news highlights. In the course of this week, we've just picked about 4 highlights across, and we'll be starting straight on with that of Sassin Connery. Is someone that you know, and that is James Bond, Sassin Connery. And there's a sort of an autopsy that has come out now about his death, the cause of his death. And this comes from Daily Records. And it comes under the heading, Sassin Connery cause of death confirmed after passing away age 90. James Bond legend Sassin Connery died after suffering heart failure. His death certificate has confirmed. The Scotch star died in his sleep, age 90, in the early hours of Halloween at his home in the Bahamas, surrounded by family. Factors in his death were atrial fibrillation or irregular heartbeats, pneumonia, respiratory failure, and old age. That comes from Daily Record under the heading, Sassin Connery cause of death confirmed after passing away age 90. Right next on there is this piece coming all the way from Guardian, with the heading, Black public figures urge airlines not to carry out home office deportation. 82 Black public figures have written to airlines who have worked on deportation charter flights, urging them not to carry up to 50 Jamaicans the Home Office wants to deport next week. Signatories include the author, Bernardine Evaristo, model Naomi Campbell, historian David Olusoga, and actors Naomi Harris and Tandy Newton, as well as lawyers, broadcasters, and NGO chiefs. Leading Windrush campaigners, including Michael Braithwaite and Elwaldo Romeo, have also signed. The letter has been sent to 6 airlines known to have previously worked with the Home Office on deportation charter flights. The letter urges the airline chiefs to refuse to operate the flight on 2nd of December 2020, the second Jamaica deportation flight this year, if they have been approached by the Home Office to do so, and to pause the operation of deportation flights to Commonwealth countries for the foreseeable future. That comes up straight from The Guardian under the heading, Black public figures urge airlines not to carry out Home Office deportation. Still on conflict of opinion, we are now right to Scotland independence. And this comes straight from the Sunday Times under the heading, Scotland needs independence to thrive in the future, says Glasgow University Duncan McLennan. After a decade of needlessly cruel austerity, followed by the health and economic crisis in the wake of COVID-19, we face big economic uncertainties and challenges in the decades ahead. We will have to adjust to carbon reduction. The negative of Brexit are likely to prevail longer than the scaring of the virus, and we live in an increasingly troubled international economic context for trade, capital, and labor flows. In this adverse economic context, rising wealth inequalities and social tensions have fashioned a growing distrust in politics and politicians. They seem too far removed from the communities they are supposed to serve. And that comes from the Sunday Times under the heading Scotland Needs Independence to Thrive in the Future, says Glasgow University's Duncan McLennan. And the last highlight we'll be picking for today is a book. That's from Paisley. Right, this is come straight from Daily Records, and it comes under the heading Paisley Festival lands Booker Prize winner. Paisley Book Festival will welcome the 2020 Booker Prize winner as one of the headlines of next year's event. Douglas Stuart's novel Sugarbean was the first Scottish winner of the prestigious prize since 1984 and will appear as part of the virtual event. Author Christine Hines, who lives in Lochwinnock, will host the event, which will also feature Scottish writers Andrew Hogan and Graham Armstrong. Christine's book, Scabby Queen, was also published this year, with First Minister Nicola Sturgeon describing it as gripping and moving, a literary triumph. And that brings this session to an end with that last piece. Paisley Festival lands Booker Prize winner from Daily Record.
Hello, welcome to Parenting Tips with MM. Today I'm beginning a brand new series titled Power in the Word of Parents. This particular series is taken right out of the Bible, so I'm going to be using a lot of scriptural references. You don't need to go too far into the Bible to come to terms with the fact that words carry creative power. The first 3 verses in the Bible says that in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. When darkness prevailed, God used his words to call forth light, and there was light. He went ahead to create other things with his words. Then God made man in his image and likeness, ensuring that man also had creative power in his words. Proverbs chapter 18 verse 21 says that death and life are in the power of the tongue, and they that love it shall eat the fruits thereof. With this series, I'd like parents to really come to terms with the fact that their words are powerful. We are also going to be looking at some ways that we can actually deploy our words positively as regards parenting. The first thing I'd like us to look at is that we can use our words to bless our children. Genesis chapter 1 verse 27 to 28 says that God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him. Male and female created he them. And God blessed them and said unto them, be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth and subdue it and have dominion over the fish of the sea and over the fowl of the air and over every living thing that moves upon the earth. What we see in this text is that immediately after God created man, he blessed them. He deemed it necessary and actually placed priority on blessing these his first children. I'd like you to also deem it necessary to place value and priority on blessing your own children. Let's look at that text again. What exactly did God do to bless them? The answer is that he spoke words. He made definite pronouncements. We see here that blessings were released through words. I hope I'm getting you stirred up to use your words to bless your children. Let's take a short break here and I'll be right back. Welcome back. This is Parenting Tips with MM. We're still on the series Power in the Words of Parents. So far, we have used Bible references to establish that God made the heaven and the earth with the creative power in his words. He made man in his image and likeness and invested that same power into man. Then God blessed man by making some definite pronouncements over him. There is power in our words as parents, and we should deploy this power in blessing our children. This was the practice of the patriarchs in the Bible. Abraham blessed his son Isaac. Isaac in turn spoke blessings to his son Jacob. Jacob also made some definite pronouncements on each of his 12 sons. The interesting thing is this, that the pronouncements that these fathers made on their children eventually came into manifestation. God has given parents the power and the privilege to pronounce blessings upon their children. Use your own words to bless your own children. We know that the power in the words of parents can be deployed negatively sometimes. Yes, there are parents who curse their children. In the Bible, Noah pronounced a curse on one of his sons. A curse is the exact opposite of a blessing. A blessing empowers a person to prosper, but a curse empowers a person to fail. A blessing musters the power of God to work in favor of a person. A curse musters the power of the devil to work against a person. No matter how offended you are by what your child has done, please don't curse him. He serves no good purpose at all. It will only empower the devil to work to the disadvantage of the child's future. So let us keep blessing our children and never curse them. You can correct a child without cursing him. The Bible has so many beautiful promises and blessings. Feel free to claim any of those promises from the Bible and speak them boldly over your children. Numbers chapter 6, verse 24 to 26 has a precious promise that you can adapt and keep pronouncing on your children. I believe that you have been blessed. Thank you for sharing this time with me as usual. My name is Emem Esenenkak. I'm inviting you to join our online community on Facebook and on Instagram. The name to look for is Parenting Tips with Emem. Until next time, I'd like you to remain blessed and to remember that God keeps all of his promises.
Right, good afternoon and welcome to another session right here on OY Media Scotland. It's our session, and that's the session that you already know. Right. Remember those on our consciousness, we bring in guests, there are times we call it personality interview. And the person we'll be having today, if you've been following us on Facebook, you will know that we are having El Grace. El Grace today, that is Grace Oluwadia. She will be talking more to us about our music, our career, and other things that we need to know as someone who is a model to that could be a model to our children as well. So we'll be having El Grace. Right, El Grace.
Hello, sir.
Hello, and hello.
Good afternoon, sir. Oh, good evening. How are you, sir?
Yes, it's evening at our hand. El Grace is in United States, which is about 6 hours away from where we are here in the United Kingdom. Now, the question people have asked is El Grace. How come about El Grace? That doesn't sound like an African name, is it?
Not at all.
All right, so fire on. How come?
Quite a number of people have asked the same question. Some people don't even think I'm Nigerian, but I'm a Yoruba girl. The name El Grace came from my name is Grace. My first name is Grace. And when I was putting my name together, I wanted to make it God's grace or by God's. I just wanted to something that would show that everything I am and everything I do is by God's grace. So then I came up with the name Elle's Grace, which is God's grace. However, if I tell people I'm Elle's Grace, people might start calling me hell, as in hell. So I didn't want that. That's why I put it as Elle Grace. That would do.
Oh, okay, that's great. That's brilliant. And then let's fire on. You said you are from Nigeria. You are a Yoruba girl. From where particularly in Nigeria?
Ekiti State.
And I'm going to give you a test as well. So
Okay.
that's why I want to mention the test before you mention where you come from, because you are
Okay.
going to speak the dialect, you know.
I can speak by the number of dialects in Nigeria. I'm good.
Okay, so the ground is yours. Where are you from? How was your growing up? And yeah, you can throw us the dialect from that area.
Okay, so I'm from Ekiti State. I grew up in Ado Ekiti. I wasn't born in Nigeria actually, but I grew up in Ado Ekiti. I attended primary school, secondary school, university in Nigeria before I came back to the States to continue my school. So yeah.
Right. So yeah, the test. We are waiting.
No, you tell me what you want me to say, and I'll say it. I can
Okay.
try.
Okay. How are you today? Could we have that one in Ekiti?
Báwo lọ́ra rẹ lóní?
Ara lè wájà.
Yes, no, I actually learned to speak Ekiti in the States. I didn't learn it in Nigeria.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
I didn't learn
okay.
it in Nigeria. I learned to speak it here in the States.
So is that through your parents or people that are living around you?
Well, it wasn't about that because when I live here, at least the first few years I was here, I was only living with my brother. But there were times we go out, we didn't want people to understand what we were saying or want to talk on the phone. We didn't want people to understand what we were saying. So we started bringing it out of nowhere. So we started bringing it out of the bank of what we've heard when we were growing up. So little by little, we started saying it. And that's how I learned it.
Okay, that's great. Health Grace.
Sir.
There are quite lots of things here, and some people might say, "Oh, is she a super woman?" Because you are a music minister,
by the grace of God,
an architect, and then a registered nurse. I mean, those professions, they are not like people will say back home. They were saying, no be beef. Those professions are high class professions. So how have you been able to manage all this?
So, well, God, first of all, all glory to God. It's not, it's not easy, doing everything I do with family and stuff. However, with architecture, that was what I studied. Because growing up in Africa, you cannot just tell your parents some things. You cannot tell them you want to do your own thing. Sometimes they look at you like that doesn't listen. And my father was an architect, and he got me a drawing board since I was maybe 4 or 5 years old. So I went to architecture, and but deep down, I really wanted to be a nurse. I didn't become a nurse because I came to the States. No. Deep down, I really wanted to take care of people. I started reading medical books since I was a kid. I knew so many symptoms and their diagnosis off my memory as a little girl that nobody knew. It was just my own secret passion. So when I got here and I got the opportunity, I decided to. So when it comes to architecture, I don't practice architecture all the time, except when I have to. But for my way, in my own way to keep myself informed, I still follow up with stuff. I still design, I still sketch, I still do my own little drawings. So I think I just got over that. I could be in church when I was young, a little younger than that. I won't do that now. I'll be in church listening in church, and I'll be busy designing and sketching buildings. You see the back of my Bible. But nowadays, how I juggle stuff is, I don't do architecture all the time, only when I literally have to. But more, what I focus more these days is my nursing and my music career, and my family, of course.
Okay, great. Let's you see, when you look at music and you look at architecture, I think we can actually relate the creativity between those two. Now, in your own view, how does that creativity relate to nursing?
Okay, if I'm getting your question, no, ask the question one more time, Sam.
Now, what I'm saying is that creativity, when you talk about architecture, it's about creativity.
Yes.
When you also talk about music, it's also creativity.
Yes.
So now coming into the medical profession as a registered nurse, how can you connect the creativity from those
what
two?
I do.
How does it flow into the nursing sector? Because I think I've read some of your posts in the past that you say there are times maybe you sing during the time of your work, and also and it blesses people. So
Yeah. So first of all, I would say creativity in music and creativity in architecture. You have to have a creative mind in order to be able to create something. And
yes,
where both of it merges together is, I look at architecture as, even though I'll bring architecture as a mess. I won't call it a message, but I'll call it a message again. It's like a picture, the picture of what you have in your brain. You're
yeah,
bringing to line, you're bringing it to life, but you're actually doing it conforming to what your customer wants, right? In
sure,
music, it's a message that got placed in your heart or in your spirit that you're bringing to life, but you're actually conforming it to what will be pleasing to the ear, what people will hear and they will love. That's creativity on those two sides. The difference with music and architecture is, even in both is the same thing. When you finish designing your building, then you give the other building team, the quantity surveyor and all of that, the people doing the construction, you give all of them the chance to bring out their own thing too, but it has to be in
yeah,
line. Bring out their own creativity and their craft, but it has to be in line with what you have given them. So also my music, by the time I now give it to my producer, I have to I give them chance to explore their own creativity too, but it still has to be in the
mhm,
alignment of what I've given them to do. So when it comes to nursing, people might look at it that creativity is not in nursing, but I would say to an extent there's a little bit of creativity there, because when they teach you the textbook, the textbook. Now you now take the textbook, you work with it based on the policies and procedures of the facility, but you have to be creative with what you do. For example, somebody came and just had surgery. The doctor says this person can go ahead and eat. I give the person food, but then I'm getting to this person's room. I can see the person throwing up. Obviously, I'm not going to follow what the doctor is saying anymore. At this point, I'm going to use
mhm,
my own brain to know that this person cannot eat. So, no food, no drink. Then I can now let the doctor know, okay, sir, this person cannot tolerate food. I'm not giving them food anymore. Then this is where my creativity now comes in. I start trying to figure out what I could do to help the person. Should I give you ice? Should I give you soda, white soda? Should I put one cloth on your face? That's when you start. So one way or the other, all of it. And then when you talk about music, yes, sometimes I use my songs for therapy, even though I don't let them know directly. I do it indirectly, because this is my job. I have to be careful. Like, I have a patient that is dying or something, I could be humming songs in their room, or somebody that is really sick and lonely, I'll be humming some songs in their room. If they say something that they like it, then I go ahead and share it with them. But if they don't say anything, I just let it be and let it be soothing to them, and when I'm done, I'll leave. Or I could bring up a phone on the TV, look for music channels and play. You understand? I hope I answered your question, sir.
yes, I do. I do. The where I'm coming from that angle is that there's a general perception that no knowledge is lost. So even when people are not in their, maybe they've studied in one area, and that's one of, I think maybe that's one of the few things we can understand about education, especially in the Western world, where the fact that you've gone through a particular course or subjects, and you're able to go through to intellectually to deal with it, it's believed that you have transferable skills that you can take from that wherever they put you, you'll be able to apply those things. So that's the angle I was coming to, which I think you've actually answered very well. Now, let's get to your music. So, who is or was the musician in the family before you picked it up?
I would say both of my parents sing a lot, but my father was more into music. He used to play the trombone, and he loved to sing. Oh my Lord. So I know a lot of hymns, and that's because my father. Because he will play, he will sit me down, we'll sing together all through. There wasn't any professional musician in my family, but my father loved music a lot. And he would always play music to me. And he bought me my violin when I was 2 and registered me in violin school. So that's how I started.
Okay. Right. This is Let Your Fire Fall.
Let your fire fall. Empty myself in your presence, Holy Spirit. Have your way like never before. Anoint me afresh, possess me anew, engulf me totally. Lord, have your way. Your presence, in your presence, have your way like never before. Anoint me afresh, possess me totally, and have your way. Let your fire fall. Let your fire fall. We need your fire. Let your fire fall.
Right. Coming back to your music.
Okay, sir.
When would you consider that you started professional music?
2017. 2017 to be precise. I started writing my songs like around 2014, and I started like recording really 2017. But I've been singing, like invited to functions to sing and all of that before that.
Right. So by your own check, like how many albums do you have now?
I have one album, and I have 2 other songs outside that album. My latest releases that I did this year, that I did the videos. Yeah, I have one album that has 12 songs. Then I have 2 other songs that is not on that album, that is just recorded as video on YouTube.
Okay, great. Then I know most musicians, I don't know whether it works for architects as well. Interestingly, obviously, I studied the same course as well.
Oh.
Architecture, and I practice I'm still practicing.
Oh, that's nice.
So, but there's this question, and I've had many people being asked, especially artists and musicians. If you look at all your music, I know that you love all of them. Obviously, they are yours. You've put energy, you've sacrificed, you've put in your best to all of them. Which one will you pick first?
I usually, I think I really have a soft spot for my first ever release. And even though it was my first ever release, my first ever recording, no, it was my second recording. It's You Are Beautiful. I
Okay.
haven't done the video yet. I'm still gonna do it. I said I have not done the video yet. I'm still gonna do it, but I like that song a lot.
Okay. I mean, that's a great one. There's one that I want to ask as well. That you see, with your songs, I think I've picked maybe either from 3 albums and co, where your lyrics are both in English and Yoruba. Was that intentional right from the start, or you picked this one along the way?
You mean that by putting English and Yoruba together?
Together, yes.
Yes. I'm still looking forward to a time where I'll be able to write just pure Yoruba song.
Okay. So it's right from the start when you were setting out that you know that, yes, I'm going into professional music, that my music is going to be the combination of English and Yoruba.
Yes, sir.
Right. So what's the reason?
Because I want to appeal to all audiences. I don't want to leave Nigeria out of my music. I don't want to leave America out of my music. Some things you can bring across in English, but some things are better expressed when it comes to God in Yoruba. So, and when I'm writing my song, I just leave my spirit open to whatever lyrics God gives me. So if it comes in English or if it comes in Yoruba, I just I piece it together just as my spirit gives it to me.
Okay. And then I think this is the latest. That is Agbani Lagbaton.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Lift your hands. Let us worship. I present to you today the total deliverer. Agbani Lagbaton. Agbani Lagbaton. Awonilawotan. Dependable Father. Alágbára. Agbani Lagbaton. Awonilawotan. Dependable Father. Alágbára.
Right. Trying to get us back into that. Right. Your songs, especially these, I'm just trying to get into your brain, if it's possible, or your spirit, if it's possible. So 1 minute. So trying to get into your head, if it's possible, your lyrics or your song, is this particular to you? Is it a sort of a testimony to yourself or of yourself, or is just generic?
The way I write my songs, it depends on what I'm writing my song for. Some of my songs are testimonies, like this particular one. After the whole COVID situation, though COVID has started again, but with the way the COVID attacked the first time, I didn't have too much of a good. I was a little traumatized from it, working in the healthcare. And being the way I work, being a travel nurse, and the hospital that I work at that time, when you work in a place, they give you and you're not their own worker, like you're a contracted worker, expect to have the worst assignment and stuff. So I was basically stationed with COVID patients for a while, and it traumatized me. So after the whole thing, that's why I write this song as a thanksgiving. It's like a testimony that yes, God can totally protect and deliver in no matter what the situation. COVID was like though I walked through the valley of the shadow of death.
Of
That
them,
was
yes.
the situation. But some of my other songs is not my testimony. They have most of all my songs have a particular message behind them. Like "Let
Okay.
Your Fire Fall." When some people
Yes.
think it's about the fire of like when you call fire upon your enemy and stuff. No, 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 no. The fire I'm actually referring to in this song is letting God burn in you. Let the fire of God burn in you.
Well, the Holy
Let the
Spirit.
fire, yes, let the fire, the revival fire, so that we can have the love that we're supposed to have for God. That let that fire burn in us all over again. That's the message. I have one I wrote because of my producer. He was always talking about it. He always told me about how God has been so good to him, how
Right.
God has taken care of him since he was a kid and stuff. Then I wrote since I was born because of him. Since I was born, I have never seen the righteous forsaken, and neither
Yeah.
have I seen his children beg for bread. That's what that song is all about.
Okay. That's great. And this is there's one writer of my story
Yes.
lyrics. Tell us more about that.
So that song, I remember that day I was actually flying from our this. I'm sorry, this sun in my house it keep affecting my picture because it's going down. So
Oh, okay.
I was in the plane that day. I sat down. I was looking at the skies and I was just admiring God's work. And I'm like, you know what? If God can, Genesis chapter 1 said the world was without form, without shape, had nothing. It was just empty and
Yes.
spaghetti, I would say. But God brought something. He brought a beautiful world out of that shapeless thing. And if God could do that, then there is no situation that God cannot turn around in somebody's life. That means He can bring beauty out of ashes for everybody. So that's the purpose of that song.
Okay. Right. And that's the song right on here.
Right off
Uh,
my story. Yeah.
All creation, as I behold the wonders of creation, your handiwork reflects in every nation, oh God. My God, your wisdom is beyond comprehension. Oh, you are the architect of all creation. Baba Mimo, the writer of my soul, the writer of my soul, shine on me, glory be so Baba Mimo, the writer of my soul, the writer of my soul, shine on me, glory be so
right. Coming back to your music and your profession. I mean, the one that you are doing, do they call it 24/7 now, which is actually as a registered nurse, attending to people, and even in view of, the health challenge that we've had this year, that is COVID-19. I mean, the nurses and the health workers, they're actually the ones that are at the forefront
Yes.
this challenge to offer help to people. What would you say is the impact of your faith when delayed? Because I think we could say it clearly that from the beginning of the year up until this time, it's been gloomy. you know, with news of death, of sickness, of austerity. Many countries are entering into recession, economic-wise, you know, financial-wise, and things like that. But then you are like at the front line, having to take care of patients, obviously at the risk of your own life too. So, but then you've stayed positive. I mean, if people see you, you glow. You've got that comely face, and maybe people will most likely ask again that, are you sure this person is actually working in that sector, which has actually been very pressured this year? So would you say that your faith in God had a serious impact on your outlook about life, especially during this challenging time? And if it is yes, how do you want to encourage others?
Of course, it is yes, because like I said, when the whole corona situation or COVID-19 situation started, it started like a joke, and then suddenly it hit hard. Like suddenly it hit hard. I think when that thing hit, what makes it more scary was the fact that it hit so suddenly that most people did not see it coming. Most hospitals were not prepared for what was going to happen.
Yeah,
So the government, the CDC, all these people didn't even know what kind of precautions we were supposed to use. So
sure.
truly, God is the greatest protector, because then you're on the floor, you see. First of all, the person that has it, especially if they're going to be being on the vent and all of those things, they're supposed to be in a negative prayer room. But then you
No.
see them on a regular room with the door open. You don't even know they have COVID. They don't even have testing kits. They don't even have masks for us. They they were not prepared one bit. So you've seen somebody that exhibiting 100% signs of COVID, and the doctors think it's COVID. They don't even notify you that it has to do with COVID, so they don't scare you. You don't have the right mask to use. So it took faith in God to be able to do this. And I always tell people, when you say, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I fear no evil. We say that scripture a lot, but if you don't really go through that situation, you don't know the depth of the meaning of that scripture. COVID-19 was one of those. Those that went through it, that's the scripture. Those that had to take care of people through it, because you're doing it, you don't even see the enemy that is fighting you. You don't know if you breathe it in. You don't know if you touched it or anything. So it was really the grace of God. I kept reading the Bible. I kept praying. I kept quoting scriptures. Everything that anybody brought to me, that okay, do this. No, not anybody, but moms and people who come
Yeah.
with drink water and lemon and ginger and honey, steam your face, which I still do. I still
Mm.
do that I still do that quite often whenever I go to work, because you don't know who has anything. You just walk in the midst of people. So it was really the grace of God. It was really God that helped me through. And that's why I wrote that song, Agbani Lagbaton, because he is a faithful deliverer. He protected me all through. And my word of encouragement for everybody that work in the healthcare is, it's true, it is daunting. Nobody can even pay us for what we do, but
Yeah.
you can only believe and trust in God and know that. Don't let it scare you. I still hear people say up till now that, oh, they can't work with them, they can't work with them. No. What if there was nobody to take care of these people? Will
Mm.
everybody run away? What if everybody runs away? What will happen to them? The
Yeah.
tables could turn tomorrow. So just believe in God. Know the hand of God is protecting you, and do what nothing is a calling. Do what He has called you to do, and leave the rest to Him, and He'll protect you. He's
Okay.
always faithful.
Yeah. You are very right. And obviously, this is another music of yours, and this is We Thank You.
Thank you, oh, Papa. We thank you, oh. We thank
Where are we? I'm trying to look for us.
You are God, you change and now. I will go my job, you remain the same. No man can question your authority. You are God, you never fail. You are God, you are God. Change it now. I will go on. You make us say, no one can question your authority. You are God. You never fail. Jesus, thank you, Lord. Thank you,
All right. If I ask you that we have other people that may be in your situation, I think in terms, maybe in English term or so, they are called polymaths. There are people that are they've got quite lots of talents. They could do many things. Now, at times you read it in the books, but now we've got somebody today who is a gospel minister, can sing, an architect, a registered nurse. Now, what advice would you give maybe other people that have like fused talents like that? Because it could actually confuse some people. We've had people that have like multi-talents and they will get confused. And I think part of what happened is like people trying to look at, okay, I can do 3 things and go, maybe I should just leave 2 and concentrate on 1 or things like that. But now here you basically doing like the 3 together. I know you didn't start the 3 at the same time, but where you are now, you find your feet in those 3 sectors. So what advice would you give others who might have these fused talents that are packaged in them, and the way they can deal with it without confusion?
I think one of the ways to deal with situation because if care is not taken, sometimes if you do so many things, you end up being jack of all trades, master of none.
Sure.
So the best thing is always set goals. Always make sure you accomplish one thing before you get on the other. So right now, I'm in school. Actually, for like half of this year, I was in 2 different schools. I was doing, because I like computers a lot. I was doing IT on one side. I was doing my nursing school on one side. I'm working. I'm doing my music. In the midst of that, I've done 2 videos. I'm working on the 3rd one. You have to set goals. You have to make sure you accomplish one thing. So, for example, I give myself what I do on different days.
Okay.
I work, of course. So I give myself what I do on different days. And what makes it even worse is I work night shift. So the following day after I work my shifts, then I'm cannot achieve too much. So what I do is I would first of all say, set goals, give yourself days to do stuff, Give yourself time, different times to do different things. If you have to write things down, write things. I don't write things down. I just compact my brain. I split my brain into compartments. This
Okay.
one, I think about different things in different sides. I keep two. Oh my lord, my brain I can kick so much in there. So
Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why some people said you're a superwoman.
I don't know about that one, no. But if you have to write it to be able to organize it, write it. I'm a visual learner. I write it in my brain and I can picture it and act on it. So, but make sure you always accomplish one thing. I'm doing my work, I'm doing my school, I'm doing everything, and I'm planning my video. There's time for everything. I could wake up, focus on, okay, let me plan my video right now. I work on that a little bit, then I go do something else. Then I come back again. Okay, what do I want to do again? Okay, let me work on my schoolwork a little bit. Okay, let me go cook. Okay, let me go clean up. Let me go do this. So, but if you don't finish one thing, you're not going to finish anything. So
Anything at all.
you just keep going round in circles. You have to be very good in time management, and you have to be very good in prioritizing. Do
Yeah,
what you need to do at that time. Oh no,
yeah.
do the most important ones first.
Okay. Thank you very much for
Welcome.
coming on the program with us. I know that you have great presence on social media, YouTube, Instagram, Facebook. I don't know where the other ones. And you want people to be able to follow you, to enjoy your music, and also when you bring products out, you also want to get since I mean you brought it out for the people. I know you always like to receive feedback. So if you want to go ahead and tell the people how to reach you, how to contact you, whether they want to invite you for any session, or they just want to follow you, and or they just even want to review your music and give you feedback. What's the best details? What are the best contact details?
My handles are the same almost everywhere. L Grace Music. My Instagram, L Grace Music, as in Z, Muzik, Muzik. L Grace Music official on Instagram, L Grace Music on Facebook, L Grace Music on Twitter, on YouTube, L Grace Music TV. And I'm just gonna say, watch out for my video. We thank you. Official video coming out very soon. I'm working on it already by God's grace. Hopefully first week in January.
Okay, thank you very much. And you are based in the United States, if I'm right.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and also you've not forgotten home. I
Not
mean,
at all.
obviously you can speak Ekiti.
Benny, sir.
So we believe that you've not forgotten home. So thank you very much.
Thank
We
you,
appreciate
sir.
you.
Thank you very much, sir.
With us, and please keep us in the loop when the video is out. Please let us know. I mean, I know personally I follow you on your handles. So, but in case we miss out anything, please do get in touch when you've released any of your albums or the video. Please let me know, and we will do a sort of a follow-up. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
You're coming to speak with us today, and we will get right back to you at some point in the future.
No problem, sir.
Thank you very much.
Have a good rest of your evening, sir.
You too. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. And that is bye for now. Right, thank you for joining us, and that is El Grace on our consciousness. Please watch out for next week, because next week we'll be bringing you another set of personality to discuss with us. And just to give you the hint, next week we will be talking to immigration solicitors in the United Kingdom. So there are quite lots of things that are changing now in that are changing in the UK, especially when you talk about the Brexit. So some couple of things have changed already, and more things are going to change. So we will be bringing in immigration solicitors to talk to us about those changes and the actions that people need to take in time before the year runs out. The next program coming on is Lola's Reality. Please do stay tuned. Apologies for that short break. It's due to technical issues, with some of the equipment that we use these days. And that is us right on to the next one, which is Lola's Reality. I already have Ololade Maja and, of course, Mashudat Kainde right at the background here. You're welcome to the program.
Thank you very much, producer.
Thank you.
Good to be here.
Okay.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. Thanks for joining us this evening. We know it's a new time, but it's the same show, educative, entertaining, with viewers and ourselves here on the other end. We're here to bring you everything you need to know in the diaspora that affects we as Africans in the diaspora. What you can learn, what can be learned that can help you and help your friends. If they're not on here, invite them to come on. I believe we have a lot to give one another on this show. It's a new name, but it's still the same show. So thank you and welcome. Today I'll be introducing what this show is about. It's still, like I said, it's the same. It's Lola's Reality, new name, divided into two, in English and Yoruba Lasha in the second half. The main aim of the show really is to entertain and educate, like it was done. And now it's reality in itself, in that we're going to share stories of ourselves that affect us here and bring many more people here to discuss with us as time goes on. Next week, for instance, we have someone coming on to talk to us about domestic violence. My name remains Olade Maja, and I'm your host, presenter, if you like, on this show. Thank you very much. Stay with us. We all have stories, I believe. My story, for example, the reason that I'm doing Lola's Reality is because I, for one, I'm a stroke survivor. I say that to as many people as I get to hear, that I meet, and I want to know, because I know there's one or two stories we'll have to share. And it's good to talk because we can all learn from one another. Excuse me. This weather is changing. Let's try and keep warm as much as we can. Like I said, I know that we all have stories and we can all learn from one another, which is what we aim to do here at Lola's Reality. For me, this week or this session, I'm going to start it with my story. My story, or one of my stories, because I have different stories, I have loads of stories. But the story I care to share with today, and we're starting with, is related to a lockdown, or to the current lockdown that we have. In that, like I said, I had years to recover after I suffered a stroke in 2009. I had to go to rehab to learn loads of things. I had to learn how to get my muscle working as it should again, considering I had muscle spasticity after being in coma for 3 weeks, I believe, yes. And I lost loads of functionality in my left limbs. To the glory of God, they're back now. But it took a lot of recovery, a lot of time alone to learn new things. And to me, well, that was a lockdown in itself. I wasn't as social as I used to be because I'm mainly very vibrant and up and down, up and about, up and down everywhere. For those that knew me beforehand, I still am, but not as much as I used to be. So this lockdown in itself, it's a lesson because it was strange for a lot of people, but to me it wasn't a shock as such because I'd limited a lot of things I used to do. In terms, I only did what was essentially necessary. If it wasn't necessary, I wasn't really a partaker, or I didn't want to, because if there wasn't a need, then there wasn't a reason to be. So that's a lesson in itself. So at the time, I felt, oh wow, lots of people are doing things, and I'm not doing as much as I used to, as much as I want to. But things happen, things moved. That was a phase. It's changed in itself. I'm back up and about. I'm doing things again. I'm even doing more things than I did before, but it was a phase. I learned, which is what I'm talking about. Well, this particular session, I said to talk about my story first, or to share my story first, because I know we've all got stories, and like I said, we'll be bringing more people on to discuss stories that we can all learn about. I learned, and one of the things I learned to start with was that do not take good health for granted. Mine started with a migraine, which, well, I thought was a headache, which eventually was migraines that went on and on. I was doing more work than I didn't visit the GP on time. And when I eventually did, she just thought was too early for me to say neuro, even though the optician had recommended it. So in retrospect, I look back and I say to myself, you have to know these things or tell people these things or learn from these things. I know if you're not feeling well, then your body is telling you something. What is my body telling me? What can I do about it? Take time off work, visit my GP if there is time. If there's no time, find a way to make sure I go to A&E. I know a lot of us try and live A&E because there's loads of waiting waiting time, if you like. But now this is like a mandatory lockdown. We have no choice. We're here. What can we do? We'll take it. So moving forward, I've had to learn a lot, and I share with my friends that it's going to get better. What can you do in the lockdown? You do as much. I know someone personally that's they've taken up different courses in the midst of this lockdown. They've learned how to do new things. Some have taken baking, some have taken how to learn they've learned new instruments. Moving forward, they're better than they were before. So it's not time loss. It's how you see it. As people say, it can either be half empty or half full. So let's learn how do we want to see ours. Moving forward, what do we take from it? How do we get better? So in the next half, we'll be talking about gratitude and what we're learning from this phase. How are we looking to move on post lockdown, post coronavirus? There is light at the end of the tunnel, as we know. There's vaccine and all of these things. So hopefully, fingers crossed, it will work, and we'll be back to how we were. Things will move on, and we'll learn from it. So, what are you doing at this time? Are you preparing for Christmas, or do you just think no, there is no need? Well, there is a need. Let's just believe that things will get better. Make plans. Don't be laid back or nonchalant about the future. A lot still will happen, can happen. Prepare yourself, prepare the mindset, and let's see what the future holds. Still make plans. Do not let your baseline be nothing. Let develop it. That's what I learned to do. Do not make my baseline nothing. Grow on it, and I've done. So, and I know if I can do it, loads of people can do it because mine wasn't just a choice; it was nature. It happened, and I had to get on with it. So let us get on with it and let us learn what to do. Even indoors, what can I do? What can I do post it? Can I plan towards it when all this goes away? What am I gonna do? when it's all gone, it goes, you're here, I'm here, to the glory of God. So there is future. So what do we do? What are your plans? What are my plans? Let's think about it. This is what I'm asking us to do today. Think about it. Here at Lola's Reality, we wish everyone well, and we know that there's more to come on the show. So stay tuned and wait for us as we speak to our lady, Mrs. Moshidat Soladejo, a coach and a mentor. So wait on there. Again, I'm Olalade Maja, your presenter on this show, Lola's Reality. And you can also check us on www.Lola's Reality. I'm the publishing editor there. Excuse me. Thank you. And stay tuned. Do not leave. We'll be back shortly.
Ẹ káàbọ̀ padà sórí ètò.
Ẹ ṣé o.
Lola's Reality Show. Ẹ ṣé ẹ kú atótónu o ní abala ti tónígẹ̀ẹ́sì. Mo rò pé abala ti eléyìí ò ní ti èdè abínibí. Àbí bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́? Ó dà ń pé íńtánẹ́ẹ̀tì ọ̀dọ̀ yín ń ṣe díẹ̀díẹ̀ o. Ìyáàfin Moshidat, ṣé ẹ̀yin ń gbọ́ mi?
Èmi ń gbọ́ yín, bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
Ó dà ń pé títọ̀dọ̀ wọn ó. Is your mic muted? Ìyáàfin Ọlọ́ládé àbí arábìnrin Ọlọ́ládé? Ó dàbí ẹni pé ti kíní ọ̀dọ̀ wọn dàbí ẹni pé íńtánẹ́ẹ̀tì yẹn ò ṣe o. Ìyáàfin Ọládẹ̀jọ.
Olóòtú mo ń gbọ́ yín.
Ṣé káwo máa bá ètò lọ? Ó dà ń pé ó dà ń pé kíní íńtánẹ́ẹ̀tì ọ̀dọ̀ wọn ó ṣe. Wọ́n á tún gbìyànjú láti darapọ̀ mọ́ wa. Òpó náà làwọn náà ń ṣe lọ́wọ́. Àwọn ètò tí ẹ ti ṣe lónìí, ẹ̀yin àti arábìnrin Ọlọ́ládé, bó o ni?
Àwọn ètò ta nílẹ̀ fún yín bí arábìnrin Ọlọ́ládé ṣe sọ.
Yes.
Ètò tá máa sọ̀rọ̀ ń pa ní pé ká máa dúpẹ́. Léṣe èdè Gẹ̀ẹ́sì òun ni gratitude, being grateful. So òun ni mo fẹ́ wá sọ̀rọ̀ ń pa. So ní ilé ayé máa ń fún wa ní oríṣiríṣi àríkọ́gbọ́n. Nílé ayé ó ṣe kókó pé ká máa dúpẹ́. Kò sí bí nǹkan ṣe lè ṣe tó, àyè ọpẹ́ máa ń yọ. Tá bá dẹ̀ ní lọ́kàn pé kò sí nǹkan tó máa ṣe mí o, mo máa dúpẹ́. Eléyìí tún máa ń jẹ́ kí a má máa ronú jù. Tí nǹkan kan bá fẹ́ fàrònú, tá bá tún wò ọ̀tún, tá wò òsì, tá ń dúpẹ́, ìyẹn máa jẹ́ kí ká máa ro nípa nǹkan tó dá ní ayé wa. ká má máa ro púpọ̀ jù nípa nǹkan tí ò dáa. Nǹkan tá à ń pè ní gratitude nìyẹn. Pé ká máa wà grateful, ká máa dúpẹ́ fún gbogbo nǹkan tí Ọlọ́run ṣe fún wa. Nǹkan tí Ọlọ́run dẹ̀ ṣe fún wa ó pọ̀ rẹpẹtẹ, tọ́lọ́run ò tiẹ̀ gba owó tí ò gbà nǹkan kan lọ́wọ́ wa. Ṣé ilé ayé tọ́lọ́run fún wa la fẹ́ sọ ni o? Àbẹ́ẹ̀mí tọ́lọ́run fún wa, àbójú, àbẹ́tí, àbápá, àbẹ́sẹ̀, àbí gbogbo fámìlì tọ́lọ́run fún wa ni? Iṣẹ́ tọ́lọ́run fún wa. Tá bá ronú jinlẹ̀, tá bá jókòó, tá bá ronú gbogbo nǹkan tọ́lọ́run ṣe fún wa, àyọpẹ́ máa yọ rẹpẹtẹ. Torí ẹ̀ ni ó ṣe kókó láti máa dúpẹ́. Tá bá ń dúpẹ́ pẹ̀lú gbogbo nǹkan tó tiẹ̀ ṣẹlẹ̀ yìí, nǹkan táwọn èèyàn ń sọ ni pé ní ọdún 2020 tá wà yìí, nǹkan táwọn ti kọ́ ni pé ká máa dúpẹ́ gbogbo nǹkan tí a ní. Kí gbogbo ọ̀rọ̀ COVID-19 coronavirus tó ṣẹlẹ̀, à ń jáde, à ń wọlé, a rò pé a fẹ́ máa wọ mask, a rò pé a fẹ́ máa keep 2 feet láàrin ara wa. Gbogbo nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn àrò ń pa ẹ̀. Bọ́lọ́run ṣe ń ṣe nǹkan ẹ̀ 2020 wọlé ń sìn, gbogbo ẹ̀ ti yàtọ̀. Nǹkan táwọn èèyàn tẹ́mi dẹ̀ ti bá sọ̀rọ̀ ń sọ ni pé ọdún yìí ó jẹ́ káwọn máa rò pé gbogbo nǹkan tó bá ṣẹlẹ̀ séèyàn kéèyàn máa dúpẹ́ ni. Àgbàgbà tẹ́mi báyìí wà, ìrètí púpọ̀ wà. So ó ṣe kókó pé ká máa dúpẹ́ lóòrèkóòrè. Tá bá jókòó, tá bá ronú sọ́tùn, tá ronú sósì, àyọpẹ́ máa yọ. A wà láyé, a wà láàyè, alẹ́mìí. Tá bá wo gbogbo ọmọ tọ́lọ́run fún wa, ó tó ká máa dúpẹ́. Arápágbé, arẹ́sẹ̀gbé, ó tó ká máa dúpẹ́. Fún àwọn tí ò nápá tí ò tiẹ̀ nẹ́sẹ̀, tó bá ronú jinlẹ̀, ẹ̀mí ta ní, àìmọye àwọn èèyàn tó lówó tó ti kú, owó ò lè rẹ̀mí wa. Àìmọye àwọn olówó tó wà lọ́sípítù tówó owó ò lè gbà wọ́n là. So gbogbo nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn, gbogbo nǹkan tó bá ṣẹlẹ̀ sí wa, ó ṣe kókó pé ká máa dúpẹ́. Tá bá ń dúpẹ́ lórí gbogbo nǹkan tọ́lọ́run ṣe fún wa ni, yálà èyí tó kéré ni, yálà èyí tó tóbi ni, eléyìí máa jẹ́ kí inú wa máa dùn. Eléyìí máa jẹ́ kí a máa wò pé ìrètí tiẹ̀ yìí pọ̀ rẹpẹtẹ. Nǹkan tí mo lè gbé ṣe ní ayé mi ó yìí pọ̀ rẹpẹtẹ. Nítorí ẹ̀ ni ó ṣe kókó, ó ṣe pàtàkì ká máa dúpẹ́ lóòrèkóòrè. Even ní ìsílẹ̀ tá wà yìí, lockdown tá wà yìí, lágbára náà next week ń sí on the 2nd, ó jẹ́ kí wọ́n tú wa sílẹ̀ ká tú jáde. Ṣùgbọ́n rate yẹn náà kò ń ṣe pé ó yìí lè wà lókè. So ká má wò pé àti lórí lockdown mọ́ o, mo ò ní máa lo mask mi mọ́ o, mo ò ní máa keep hygiene mi mọ́ o. Gbogbo nǹkan yìí ó ṣe kókó pé ká yìí máa ṣe gbogbo nǹkan tó òfin tó fi lẹ̀ pé ká bá jáde o, ká máa wọ mask wa o, ká máa bomú wa, ká máa bo ẹnu wa o. Ká bá jáde o, ká máa fi àyè lẹ̀ láàrin àwa àti àwọn ẹlòmíì. Tá bá wọlé àbí tá bá jáde, ká máa rí pé àfọwọ́ wa dáadáa, àfọwọ́ wa tónítóní. Gbogbo nǹkan báyìí ó ṣe pàtàkì. Christmas ti ń bọ̀ ń sìn, ká má wò pé Christmas ti dé o, mo ò ní máa ṣe gbogbo nǹkan tó ní pé ká ṣe. Ó ṣe kókó pé ká yìí máa ṣe gbogbo nǹkan tó sọ, because torí pé ọ̀rọ̀ COVID yìí Ọlọ́run ní jẹ́ ká rí inú ẹ̀ o. Ó ṣe kókó pé ká máa tọ́jú ara wa, ká tọ́jú àwọn tó wà ní gbogbo ìkàtà wa, gbogbo àwọn tó wà ní surroundings wa. So bá ṣe sọ gratitude, ó ṣe kókó. Téèyàn bá ti ní gratitude, téèyàn bá ń dúpẹ́, Ọlọ́run kò tiẹ̀ sí ni, gbogbo nǹkan máa lọ dáadáa. Èèyàn ò ní ráyè máa ronú pé eléyìí ṣẹlẹ̀ sí mi, eléyìí ṣẹlẹ̀ sí mi. Nílé ayé yìí nǹkan máa ń ṣẹlẹ̀, but béèyàn máa ṣe gbé, ó ṣe kókó. Ẹ má jẹ́ àronú jù. Tẹ́mi bá ti wà, ìrètí púpọ̀ yìí nìyẹn. Ká máa dúpẹ́ gbogbo nǹkan tọ́lọ́run ṣe fún wa. A wà láyé, a wà láàyè. Arójú, anétí, anímú, à ń jáde, à ń lọ. Ọlọ́run ń ṣọ́ wa, ó ń ṣọ́ gbogbo ẹbí, ó ń ṣọ́ ara wa, ó ń ṣọ́ gbogbo fámìlì wa. Kí là wá ní dúpẹ́ fún? Ẹ jẹ́ a máa dúpẹ́. Even pẹ̀lú gbogbo nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀, pẹ̀lú gbogbo ìsílẹ̀ yìí, gbogbo lockdown yìí, gbogbo nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ yìí, gbogbo ẹ̀ ó yé Ọlọ́run. Kò sí ní àyè ọpẹ́ yìí wà. Because tá bá ronú jinlẹ̀ ni a máa pé Ọlọ́run máa ṣe o. Gbogbo nǹkan tí àti ẹ̀ kà kún, ni àwa ń kàkún sìn kéèyàn má lè jáde láì bomú bo ẹnu tó máa gbogbo ìgbà tá a bá ń jáde ń sìn a máa rí pé a fi àyè lẹ̀ láàrin àwa àti ẹlòmíì gbogbo nǹkan tá àti ẹ̀rù ń pa tẹ́lẹ̀ so nísìn àwa ń ronú jinlẹ̀ àwa ń rí pé nínú gbogbo nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ Ọlọ́run yìí fi àyè ọpẹ́ lẹ̀ nítorí ẹ̀ ni ó ṣe kókó kí a máa ní gratitude even àwọn míì wọ́n máa ń níwèé tó máa kọ wípé léni o mo máa kọ nǹkan mẹ́ta tí mo ń dúpẹ́ lé lórí àwọn míì wọ́n máa ń pè ní gratitude journal so wọ́n máa kọ lójoojúmọ́ wọ́n lè kọ nǹkan mẹ́ta léni o mo dúpẹ́ o mo sùn láyọ̀ mo jí láyọ̀ o léni mo dúpẹ́ o nǹkan rere ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ sí mi o léni mo dúpẹ́ o téèyàn bá ń ro nípa gbogbo nǹkan dáadáa tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ síyàn kò ní jẹ́ kéèyàn máa ro nǹkan tí ò dáa tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ àbí nǹkan aburú tó ti ṣẹlẹ̀ nítorí ẹ̀ ni ó wà important àwọn olóyìnbó máa ń sọ pé it's important to shift your perspective ẹ má máa wo gbogbo ẹ má máa ronú jù nípa nǹkan tí ò dáa nígbà míì ó kókó pé bí ilé ayé ṣe rí ìgbà míì nǹkan máa lọ sókè ìgbà míì nǹkan ò ní bí a ṣe fẹ́ àmọ́ báwo la máa ṣe gbé tá a bá ń wò pé nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ yìí o kí ló ń kọ́ mi ìyẹn ṣe kókó kí ló jẹ́ kí ni nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ yìí tí mo ò fẹ́ràn kí ló ń kọ́ mi kí ni mo lè ṣe ń pa ẹ̀ gbogbo nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn ìyẹn dájú kéèyàn máa wò kí ló dé ó lè ṣẹlẹ̀ sí mi o kéèyàn bá ti ní ṣe yẹn ó lè fa ìrẹ̀sì ọkàn kéèyàn máa wà depressed so ó ṣe kókó pé gbogbo nǹkan tó bá ṣẹlẹ̀ séèyàn ká gbà fọ́lọ́run torí pé tá bá wọ̀ tún tá bá wò sí tẹ́mi bá ti wà bá ṣe máa ń sọ ìrètí púpọ̀ yìí ń wà tẹ́mi bá wà ìrètí púpọ̀ yìí ó ìbẹ̀rẹ̀ pẹ̀tẹ̀ so gbogbo kíbi tá bá wà àwa tá wà in the diaspora pẹ̀lú gbogbo lockdown yìí ṣe kókó pé ká máa dúpẹ́ torí ẹ̀ ni a ṣe wá sọ̀rọ̀ nípa gratitude arábìnrin Ọlọ́ládìmájà wọ́n ti sọ̀rọ̀ fún wa nípa ìgbà táwọn ní stroke wọ́n dẹ̀ yìí ń dúpẹ́ àìmọye àwọn èèyàn ló ti go through nǹkan oríṣiríṣi bọ̀ kò sí bí ilé ayé ṣe rí àyọpẹ́ yìí máa yọ kò sí ní bó ṣe lè sọ pé àtìgbà tọ́lọ́run ti bí mi o mo ò tí ì go through challenge kan àbí mo ò tí ì go through nǹkan kan tó fì mí kò sí ni a máa go through ẹ̀ àmọ́ tó bá ti ṣẹlẹ̀ má ronú ju nípa nǹkan tó ti ṣẹlẹ̀ sẹ́yìn má ronú bó ṣe máa sún síwájú nílé ayé ẹ máa dúpẹ́ fún gbogbo nǹkan tí o yìí ní tí o bá ń wò gbogbo nǹkan ní aspect yẹn kò ní jẹ́ kí o máa ronú nípa àwọn nǹkan tó ti lọ àwọn míì nǹkan lè ti ṣẹlẹ̀ sí wọn tó jẹ́ pé àwọn nǹkan wọn ó ti lọ àbí owó wọn náwó bó ṣe lówó tó àbí wọn ní mọ́tò bó ṣe ní mọ́tò tó àbí nǹkan ọkàn àbí nǹkan míì àmọ́ gbogbo nǹkan tó bá ṣẹlẹ̀ sí wa ẹ ṣáà jẹ́ àyè máa dúpẹ́ torí tá bá ń dúpẹ́ ìyẹn ló máa jẹ́ kí ọkàn wa lè máa wò pé kí ni nǹkan míì tí mo lè ṣe o ìgbésẹ̀ wo ló jẹ́ kí n ṣe o àmọ́ tá bá yìí wà níbi pé kílé tẹ́lẹ̀ ṣe ṣẹlẹ̀ sí mi o kílé tẹ́lẹ̀ ṣe ṣẹlẹ̀ sí mi o ní máa ronú àti máa gbé ìgbésẹ̀ láti máa sún wa síwájú so tá bá ti ń dúpẹ́ ó máa tún jẹ́ kí ilé ayé wa máa lọ síwájú sí nínú gbogbo ẹ̀sìn náà ló máa ń sọ nínú àwa èmi muslim ni mí gbogbo nǹkan tó bá ń ṣẹlẹ̀ sí wa máa ń sọ alhamdulillah adúpẹ́ fọ́lọ́run àwọn christian náà gbogbo nǹkan tó bá ṣẹlẹ̀ wọ́n á ní Ọlọ́run adúpẹ́ gbogbo ẹ̀sìn ni àwọn àbáláyé náà wọ́n máa ń dúpẹ́ ni pé ẹ dúpẹ́ fọ́lọ́run gbogbo ẹ̀ so gbogbo ẹ̀sìn náà ló mọ̀ pé ó ṣe kókó ká máa dúpẹ́ tá a bá dúpẹ́ a máa rí púpọ̀ ẹ jẹ́ a máa dúpẹ́ lóòrèkóòrè tá a bá ronú jinlẹ̀ a máa rí pé àyọpẹ́ yọ rẹpẹtẹ a wà láyé a wà láàyè tá a bá ní mílíọ̀n bílíọ̀n tírílíọ̀n tírílíọ̀n kò lè ra ẹ̀mí wa àwọn olówó ọlọ́lá tó ní owó púpọ̀ nínú àkáǹtì wọn gbà tí ọlọ́jọ́ dé wọ́n ti kú owó wọn kò gbà wọ́n là Ọlọ́run tó wá jẹ́ ká wà láyé tó wá jẹ́ ká wà láyé kí là wá ní dúpẹ́ fún tá a bá jí lójoojúmọ́ nǹkan tó jẹ́ kó kọ́kọ́ jáde lẹ́nu wa ni pé Ọlọ́run ò ṣe o tó jẹ́ kí n jí láyọ̀ tó jẹ́ kí n sùn láyọ̀ tó jẹ́ kí n jí láyọ̀ tá a bá tún gbogbo nǹkan tó bá ṣẹlẹ̀ sí wa ká ṣáà máa rí pé à ń dúpẹ́ torí pé tá a bá ń dúpẹ́ ìyẹn ló máa jẹ́ kí inú wa ọkàn wa á máa jẹ́ kí gbogbo ẹ̀yà ara wa á máa dunnú. Àwọn èèyàn tó dẹ̀ ti ṣe research wọ́n wò pé gratitude àwọn èèyàn tó bá ń dúpẹ́ tára wọn ò bá yá wọ́n máa ń tètè recover ara wọn máa ń tètè yá torí pé wọ́n ń dunnú pé tó bá ní gratitude yẹn tó bá ń rí ní gratitude yẹn wọ́n máa ń tètè ara wọn máa ń tètè yá ju ẹni tó yìí ń ronú pa nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ sí lọ. Àwọn èèyàn náà ọ̀dẹ̀ nínú àwọn research náà ìgbéyẹ̀wò náà ti ní pé àwọn míì tó bá ṣe operation àwọn tó ń tètè dúpẹ́ àbí tó go through trauma tó go through tí nǹkan kan ṣẹlẹ̀ sí wọn tí ò dùn sí wọn nú tó bá yìí dúpẹ́ wọ́n máa ń tètè sún síwájú ju ẹni tí ó yìí ń ronú nípa nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ sí lọ. So tá a bá ronú síwájú tá a ronú sẹ́yìn tá a gbé sọ́ọ̀tún tá a gbé sósì a máa rí pé ó ṣe kókó ó ṣe pàtàkì ká máa dúpẹ́. Inú ìdúpẹ́ yìí náà a bá wò pé a fẹ́ máa ṣe gratitude journal ìyẹn náà dá. Àwọn èèyàn máa ń sọ pé àwọn máa ń ṣe gratitude journal tẹ́lẹ̀ máa ń ṣe bọ̀ nísìnyí mo tiẹ̀ fi bẹ̀ ṣe mo kàn máa tẹ́mi ìgbà míì tí máa kọ́ lójoojúmọ́ tí máa dúpẹ́ ọ̀sùn mo máa ń kírun. Àmọ́ ká máa rí pé à ń dúpẹ́ because tá a bá ń dúpẹ́ ìyẹn ló máa ṣe àǹfààní fún wa nílé ayé wa. Ká máa dúpẹ́ lóòrèkóòrè tá a bá jí ká máa dúpẹ́ tá a bá lọ síta náà ká máa dúpẹ́ tá a bá tiẹ̀ wo tá wo ọ̀tún tá wo òsì tá wo oòrùn tá wo òṣùpá tá wo igi tọ́lọ́run dá tá wo omi tọ́lọ́run dá tá rí gbogbo àwọn ẹranko tọ́lọ́run dá téèyàn ò tó ká máa dúpẹ́ ó tó ká dúpẹ́ ó tó kí a máa dúpẹ́ fún Ọlọ́run ọba nǹkan tọ́lọ́run ṣe fún wa. Ṣé ti àwọn ẹbí wa ni ti àwọn ọmọ wa ni ti ará wa ni Ọlọ́run tó ń ṣọ́ wa tá ń lọ tá ń bọ̀ láyọ̀ àtàlàáfíà. Gbogbo àwọn tí wọ́n ti lọ kò ń ṣe pé a dáa jù wọ́n lọ kò ń ṣe pé àwa ń ṣe ìmọ́tótó jù wọ́n lọ àánú Ọlọ́run ni. So tá a bá ronú jinlẹ̀ Ọlọ́run á bá wa foríjì gbogbo àwọn tí ó ti lọ tí ọ̀rọ̀ COVID tí wọ́n ti gbàbẹ̀ lọ kò ń ṣe pé a dáa jù wọ́n lọ àánú Ọlọ́run nìkan la rí gbà torí ẹ̀ ló ṣe kókó ó ṣe pàtàkì pé gbogbo nǹkan tó bá ṣẹlẹ̀ sílé ayé èèyàn ẹ jẹ́ a rí pé à ń dúpẹ́ fún Ọlọ́run ọba tó jẹ́ ká wà láyé tó jẹ́ ká wà láyé tó jẹ́ ká wà níbi tá a wà a wà ní ìsílé ni o à ń jáde a máa next week tó máa ní pé ká padà máa lọ síta bá ṣe lọ síta bọ̀ a rí pé ìmọ́tótó tá à ń ṣe tá à ń fọwọ́ wa tá à ń bomú wa tá à ń bo ẹnu wa tá a bá ń jáde náà ká rí pé a fi 2 meters tó ní pé ká fílẹ̀ mítà méjì tó ní pé ká fílẹ̀ ká rí pé a ṣe tá a bá dẹ̀ ń ṣọdún náà ká rí pé gbogbo nǹkan tó ní pé ká ṣe ká rí pé a ṣe nígbà náà ká má wò pé à ń ṣọdún o Christmas wà o àwọn tó ń ṣe Christmas wà o àwọn ò ní ṣe gbogbo òfin tó fílẹ̀ ó ṣe kó ṣe pàtàkì fún àǹfààní gbogbo wa náà ni gbogbo nǹkan tó ń fi gbogbo òfin tó ń fi lẹ̀ yìí ká ṣáà máa dúpẹ́ òun ni ọ̀rọ̀ tí mo ní pé kí n wá sọ fún wa torí pé tá a bá ń dúpẹ́ à máa rí mi gbà àyọpẹ́ máa ń yọ ní gbogbo ìgbà tẹ́mi bẹ́ẹ̀ bá ti wà ìrètí púpọ̀ mẹ́ ká máa dúpẹ́ ní gbogbo ìgbà lóòrèkóòrè.
Ẹ ṣeun ìyáàfin Moshidat Kẹ́hìndé Ọládẹjọ à ń gbìyànjú láti gbé arábìnrin Ọlọ́ládé Májà àwọn náà gbìyànjú láti padà wọlé àwọn wọn dé yìí o àwọn Ọlọ́run ṣe
ẹ má bínú
arábìnrin wa
ẹ káalẹ́ ẹ
káàbọ̀
ẹ ṣe ẹ má bínú sí ẹ mọ báwọn afẹ́fẹ́ yìí ṣe máa ń ṣe ṣe ló tún gbẹ́kọ̀ tẹ̀ shut down ó palẹ̀ mọ́ internet ló ṣe báyẹn ẹ kú iṣẹ́ ẹ̀pá tó tó nu ìyáàfin ẹ kú tẹ múlẹ̀ dúró àti ẹ̀yin náà olóòtú
ẹ káàbọ̀
ẹ káàbọ̀ ẹ kí ẹ ti bá sọ.
Wọ́n ti sọ̀rọ̀ ilẹ̀ ti kún.
Okay, Judge. Ẹ bá mú kékeré kéèmì náà gbọ́ jẹ́.
Okay.
Ẹni tí èmi tẹ̀ fẹ́ béèrè náà ni pé because ọ̀rọ̀ ọpẹ́ náà wọ́n sọ wípé ó yẹ ká máa dúpẹ́ pẹ̀lú gbogbo ohun tí ó bá ń ṣẹlẹ̀.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Wọ́n ti ṣàlàyé lọ lóríṣiríṣi. Ẹni tí èmi kàn fẹ́ béèrè náà ni pé àwọn kan sọ wípé ẹni a máa dúpẹ́ pé ó kàn tó sọ lẹ́nu náà ni ẹni tí nǹkan bá ṣe àti dúpẹ́ náà ó tira díẹ̀, ṣùgbọ́n bí a ṣe ń sọ̀rọ̀ lọ ó dàbí pé ẹ̀yin àwọn ibìkan wípé àǹfààní wà nínú kí a máa dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run wípé a wà láyé, nítorí pé ìrònú káípé nǹkan tí ẹ̀ ṣẹlẹ̀ sí èèyàn kan, ẹni tí ó tó bá ronú jù wípé ó dàbí pé ó tún lè dá àìsàn sí ẹni náà lára. Iṣẹ́ máa bá mi ṣàlàyé ibẹ̀ yẹn dáadáa, ẹ jọ̀ọ́.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni olóòtú, bí n ṣe sọ, kò sí nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ sí wa nílé ayé yìí tí ò ti ṣẹlẹ̀ sẹ́lòmíì. Mi dẹ̀ ṣe sọ tẹ́lẹ̀, tẹ́mi bá ti wà, ìrètí ń bẹ. Ó dẹ̀ ṣe kókó ká máa dúpẹ́. Nǹkan míì lè ṣẹlẹ̀ sí wa, ẹlẹ́ran ara ni wá, a lè bara jẹ́, àmọ́ ká má bara jẹ́ tó jẹ́ pé a wá máa fa àìsàn sí wa lára. Àìsàn tó tún lè fa sí wa lára á tún ju nǹkan tó tún ṣẹlẹ̀ lọ, tó jẹ́ pé èèyàn máa tún máa náwó lọ́tùn lósì. Kò sí ni tí nǹkan tí ó bá ṣẹlẹ̀ síyàn tí ò bá dùn mọ́yàn nú, kò sí ni èèyàn lè fẹ́ máa ké àbí kéèyàn máa wò kí ló lè ṣe ṣẹlẹ̀ sí mi. Téèyàn bá ti ṣe é díẹ̀, kéèyàn tún máa wò pé àyọpẹ́ lọ, kíní yìí kò mú ẹ̀mí mi lọ. Ẹ̀mí ló ṣe kókó. Èyí tó ṣe kókó jù nìyẹn. Tá bá ti ní ẹ̀mí, tá bá ti lálàáfíà ara, èyí tó ṣe kókó nìyẹn. Tó bá jẹ́ pé owó ló gbé lọ, kò sí Ọlọ́run ó ìjẹ̀ lè jẹ́ kéèyàn tún ní owó tó tún jù yẹn lọ. Tó bá jẹ́ pé nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ séèyàn, àìsàn kan ló ṣẹlẹ̀ séèyàn, téèyàn bá tún wò, téèyàn bá ronú jinlẹ̀, téèyàn bá lọ sọ́spítù, àìsàn tó tún ju àìsàn téèyàn ń sọ lọ, àwọn míì ní ń bẹ̀ tó wà lọ́spítù, wọ́n dẹ̀ yìí ń dúpẹ́. So àwa máa wò pé àwọn tó jẹ́ pé àìsàn ara wọn pàápàá ó ju téèyàn lọ, wọ́n yìí ń dúpẹ́. Kí ló wá ṣe èèyàn téèyàn wà ní dúpẹ́? Àmọ́ téèyàn bá ń ro tara èèyàn nìkan, téèyàn bá ń banújẹ́, eléyìí pàápàá ó lè fa ìrẹ̀sì ọkàn tó ń pè ní depression. Tí depression tó bá pọ̀ jù, ó lè fa àìsàn oríṣiríṣi sí àgọ́ ara wa. Nítorí ẹ̀ ni ó ṣe kókó pé gbogbo nǹkan tó bá ṣẹlẹ̀ séèyàn, tí ò bá ti mẹ́mìí lọ, àyọpẹ́ yìí wà. Tá bá ti wà láyé, ó yọ àyọpẹ́ yọ. Tá bá ronú síwájú, tá ronú sẹ́yìn, tá gbé sọ́tùn, tá gbé sósì, ààyè máa dúpẹ́ ni, torí pé tẹ̀mí bá wà, ìrètí púpọ̀ yìí ni.
Ẹ ṣeun gan ìyáàfin Moshodat. Ní abala bíi tí a ti ń sọ̀rọ̀ nípa ètò onígẹ̀ẹ́sì tí ẹ kọ́kọ́ ṣe ká tó bọ́ sí ti bí èdè abínibí. Arábìnrin Ọlọ́ládé Màjà wọ́n sọ nípa ìrírí wọn nígbà tí wọ́n ní kí lẹ sọ pé níná.
Okay, crisis, stroke or stroke.
Stroke yẹn ni wọ́n máa ń pè ní pé àrùn tí ó máa ń rọ̀yàn ní ọwọ́ àtẹsẹ̀. Àbí ìyáàfin Moshodat.
Táwọn Yorùbá máa ń sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ náà.
Tí wọ́n máa ń sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, ṣùgbọ́n àwọn náà la rí ní òní yìí wípé ara wọn ti yá, wọ́n sì lè wá sọ̀rọ̀.
Ìyáàfin náà tún rí mi rí, àbí ṣé ẹ rí mi? Ẹ̀yin lè bá a sọ.
Mo ti rí yín rí dáadáa o. Àyọpẹ́ púpọ̀ yọ o. Látọ̀hún títí dìsìn, adúpẹ́ mi. Ká ṣáà máa dúpẹ́ ni.
So nípa èyí, òun náà ní pé ọ̀rọ̀ tí wọ́n sọ nípa kéèyàn máa dúpẹ́. Ìbéèrè ọ̀hún mo wá fẹ́ mú wá sí ọ̀dọ̀ arábìnrin Ọlọ́ládé Màjà wípé ẹ̀yin ti la nǹkan kọjá. Ó ṣeéṣe kí àwọn èèyàn kan ní ìsinyìí káwọn náà mọ la àwọn nǹkan kan kọjá. Kò di dandan kó jẹ́ pé bóyá irú ètò ṣẹlẹ̀ sí yín ni títẹ̀lómìn bí ìyáàfin wa ṣe sọ, ó lè jẹ́ pé nípa ti ètò ìnáwó ó ní irú tẹ́ni a ti rí àwọn èèyàn tó jẹ́ pé nítorí pé ètò ìnáwó wọn ó forí sánpọ́n tí wọ́n bẹ́ gìjà tí wọ́n lọ pokùnso. Ẹlòmíì ó lè jẹ́ pé ibi tí ìpèníjà wọn ti wá nìyẹn ní ààyè òní owó dé. Títẹ̀lómìn ó lè jẹ́ pé ọ̀rọ̀ tó ní tọlọ́kọláyà ni ṣẹ̀mẹ̀ pé ńgbà míì nílùú òyìnbó wá ń bí ó dẹ̀bẹ̀ ń púpọ̀ díẹ̀ tó jẹ́ pé bóyá bí ìṣòro títí apá ti tàwọn wà nìyẹn. Títẹ̀lómìn sì ní ó lè jẹ́ pé nípa ọ̀rọ̀ ìlera ìyẹn tó jẹ́ health. So ìyáàfin wa arábìnrin wa Lọ́ládé Májà, orin kan wà tí wọ́n máa ń kọ ní apọ́dọ̀ àwọn ní ó yẹ ká dúpẹ́ wípé àrá sán atẹ́gùn fẹ́
ìjìjà
kò gbé mi lọ, ó yẹ ká dúpẹ́. Ó yẹ ká kí n dúpẹ́. Ó yẹ kí n dúpẹ́.
Àrá
sán èmi ò lóhùn ẹ ṣàbàgbàgbẹ.
Atẹ́gùn fẹ́ ìjìjà kò gbé wa lọ, ó yẹ ká dúpẹ́.
Ẹ ṣe ìyáàfin àwọn kóhùn tẹ̀yìn dáadáa.
Ẹ ṣe.
Gbogbo ẹ̀ náà ló bára wọn mọ̀ kí àìpẹ́lẹ̀ kan bá ń kọ soprano èèyàn kan máa ti tenor.
Èèyàn ká kọ ọ́tò ṣé èmi ni trouble yà bí olóòtú ẹ ṣe o. Ọlọ́run address mi o.
Mo wá fẹ́ béèrè wípé irú àwọn tí a lè pè ní ìpèníjà tí ẹ̀yin là kọjá, tẹ́ ẹ bá wò sàkúnsẹ́yìn mo mọ̀ pé gbogbo ẹ̀kọ́ lẹ lè máa rántí tán. Tẹ́ ẹ bá wò sẹ́yìn gẹ́gẹ́ bí ẹ̀yin tí ẹ tún jẹ́ onígbàgbọ́, tí mo bá sì bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe sọ, ẹ sọ pé níjọ́ tó ṣẹlẹ̀ gan-an inú ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì,
ilé ìjọsìn,
nínú ilé ìjọsìn, ibi tí ẹlòmíì ò ti máa wò pé Ọlọ́run ìwọ tí mò ń sìn ó ṣe wá jẹ́ pé kíní tó jẹ́ kí kíní yóò ṣẹlẹ̀ sí mi. Nígbà tó tiẹ̀ tún wá máa ṣẹlẹ̀ mo tún wà wájú ẹ tí mò ń jó tí mò ń kọrin. Ipa wo ni ìgbàgbọ́ yín nínú Ọlọ́run?
Ok, ìbéèrè tó dà ní ṣe àkọ́kọ́ ẹ̀jẹ̀ nǹkan ọkùnrin mi sí níwájú mi ìjó mò ń kọrin gbà mo tẹ̀ ọ̀sẹ̀ méjì ká tó wà ń bẹ̀ mo ti ní migraine ẹ̀fọ́rí tó pọ̀ gan, but mo ń ṣe ń tẹ̀síwájú láti wà lóbi iṣẹ́ kò jẹ́ kí n tẹ̀ wá ní ilé ìjọsìn lọ́jọ́ yẹn gan, but nítorí mo ní iṣẹ́ tí máa ń ṣe again nítorí iṣẹ́ mi mo máa ń volunteer ní media department ọ̀dẹ̀ máa lọ film church service gbogbo ẹ̀, so mo ti ní pé a ní láti lọ mo wá lọ. So inú media department office gangan ni mo ti wọ́n ti pè mo slum wọn rí mi, most people ti bọ́ta ná wọn àtọ́ máa padà wọlé náà wá rí mi nílẹ̀ yẹn, but ipa tí ìgbàgbọ́ play ní èmi ní ìgbàgbọ́ ni pé ká tó ní ọ̀sẹ̀ kan sí méjì síbẹ̀ yẹn ní ẹtì ẹ̀ lọ́jọ́ bí mi tèmi tẹ̀ sì gbé gbọ́ pẹ́ mo lọ sí láàrin ọ̀sẹ̀ yẹn mo lọ dúpẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run fẹ́ mi tó wà ìnà tọ́lọ́run dẹ́ mi sí ju ìgbà yẹn ọ̀sẹ̀ kò bẹ́ẹ̀ ọ̀sẹ̀ oṣù kejì, so April ni ọjọ́ bí mi, May ni ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ yẹn ṣẹlẹ̀ sí mi, May 24th precisely. So ní bó ṣe ṣẹlẹ̀ gbàrà tó ṣẹlẹ̀ yẹn àwọn olùṣọ́mi àti àwọn ará wọ́n gbé ètò àdúrà kalẹ̀ náà nígbà tí wọ́n sọ wọ́n dẹ̀ pé fóònù mi, wọ́n pe àwọn ẹbí mi, wọ́n pe àbúrò mi tó pe mọ́mísí mi, ìyá mi àwọn náà bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ń gbàdúrà, wọ́n sọ fún wọn pé wọ́n ti pe ambulance mo lọ sí wọ́n gbé mi lọ sí hospital báyìí lọ́wọ́ pàdé mi ń bẹ̀. So ní ìgbà tí màá débẹ̀ ó ti dọ́wọ́ rọ̀lẹ́ wọ́n dẹ̀ sọ pé something must be done urgently. In fact, it was a 50-50% chance for the operation. But ìgbàgbọ́ ìyá mi ni pé ilé yẹn ó máa lọ ó dẹ̀ máa padà kò sí nǹkan tó máa ṣe. Even like I said mo wà ní abala first part mo ní mo wà ní coma for 3 weeks. It was after the operation I didn't open my eyes, you know.
Kọ́mà kọ́ ni wọ́n ń pè ní pé èèyàn dákú lọ.
ṣó dàkúlọ ni mi ò mọ ilé sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ kó máa ní
ó yá ẹ máa bọ́rọ̀ lọ.
bẹ́ẹ̀ ni èèyàn dàkúlọ tí èèyàn wà ní in between ayé àtọ̀run.
àwọn èèyàn ti ń bá wa sọ wípé ẹ mọ̀ di aríkúyẹrí mọ̀ nìyẹn.
No, ó funny òun ni o Kuti one of my grandmothers wọ́n máa tẹ́ pè mí ní ayọ́rùnbọ̀.
olórí Ìyábọ̀lá Odúwọlé Dólè ni wọ́n sọ yìí wọ́n ní aríkúyẹrí olúwa ṣeun o.
ẹ ṣeun arábìnrin náà.
ó yá ẹ máa bọ́rọ̀ yín bọ̀.
so ìgbàgbọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe mò ń ní ìbéèrè yín kí la fẹ́ aríkúyẹrí olúwa ṣeun.
ipa wo ni ìgbàgbọ́ pé
èmi tún nígbàgbọ́ pé nǹkan bíbélì sọ pé ká má gbàgbé Ọlọ́run nínú èwe wa.
bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Do not forget God in your youth. So Yorùbá tún máa sọ tí wọ́n máa rántí ètò Yorùbá tá a sọ yìí wọ́n ní tí wàá dán mi tútù síwájú a máa tẹ̀lé tútù ṣe mọ̀. A dúpẹ́ fún ìgbà wa rẹ̀ dúpẹ́ fún ẹ̀jẹ̀ Kristi tó kú fún wa. So kò sẹ́ni tó pétọ̀ mí ní pé mo ń pétọ̀ but mo ní ìgbàgbọ́ nínú ìjọ̀dọ̀ àgùntàn àti ká ti ẹ̀sìn tá ti sin síwájú. Mo ní ìgbàgbọ́ tí wàá ṣiṣẹ́ fún mi nígbà tí pé òkè ní iṣẹ́ tó ṣẹlẹ̀ because like I said I was in cover mi ìmọ̀ nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ mọ́ but Ọlọ́run pé ṣì dúró because ó máa pé àwọn tẹ this ẹni yìí ìkan nínú àwọn àgùntàn mi ni so that played a part ó ṣe nínú ẹ̀ ìgbàgbọ́ ṣẹlẹ̀ then ìgbà tí mo tún lajú tí mo padà wá sáyé bí arábìnrin ṣàṣì pé èèyàn lè máa wà depressed tó bá ronú jù ìyá fún wa sọ̀rọ̀ mi. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni. So mo ní àwọn àsìkò míì tí máa ronú pé why èmi ó ṣe jẹ́ mi because nígbà tá à ń sọ yìí mo wà nínú 30s I was 32 in fact wọ́n tí mo wà ní rehabilitation you go to rehab because after hospital and discharge you don't ní lọlé bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn a máa kọ́ lọ sí mi ò mọ rehab ní Yorùbá but rehab yẹn jẹ́ ibi tí wọ́n máa kọ́ wa láti lo because ìgbà tó ṣẹlẹ̀ sí mi operation ńlá lèmi ṣe so wọ́n ní láti kọ́ mi mọ́ṣẹ́ láti máa rìn gan mo ò tiẹ̀ rántí dáadáa mọ́ máa gbẹ́sẹ̀ sápá left instead of straight so wọ́n láti kọ́ mi straight because balance àti dúró mi gan was very le so máa ní láti máa try láti dèèyàn mú wọ́n ní no lè máa dèèyàn mú láti rìn learn to walk mo ní láti tiraka láti bára mi rìn ìgbàgbọ́ mi dẹ̀ nípa níbẹ̀ torí ìgbà tí mo máa kọ́kọ́ gbé ẹsẹ̀ for a long time mi fẹ́ máa rìn èmi náà máa fẹ́ sá tí wọ́n ti rìn rẹ̀ láti ṣe mí pé mo fẹ́ ṣubú màá ti sáré fẹ́ dìyàn mú ìgbà tó wáyà wá nínú one day wọ́n á ní pé ó tẹ̀ mo tẹ̀ dúpẹ́ lọ́ọ́ ìyá mi ní pé o lè ṣe kínní so was garden ní alẹ́ ọjọ́ yẹn because ní rehab wọ́n á lo walking stick just to learn pé you take your leg forward not to the side. So I learned that bit at rehab with a walking stick. You walk forward, you don't walk side. Ní ìgbà tí mo padà wálé tí mo ti pinnu pé mo fẹ́ lógi mọ́, mo fẹ́ máa gbẹ́sẹ̀. Ìgbàgbọ́ mi níjọ́ yẹn mo rántí dáadáa. Mo ń sọ pé ìwọlẹ̀ yìí mo máa tẹ̀. Mo dẹ̀ jẹ́ èèyàn kan tó lọ sí ilé ìjọsìn tá a máa ń sọ irú àwọn àdúrà bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn pé ogun ìṣù kó di wíwó ìṣẹ̀mọ̀ tá a máa ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ wọlé mẹ́yẹn so níjọ́ yẹn tí mo àgbẹ̀sẹ̀ yẹn mo sọ mo máa wọlé yìí mi ló ní ẹ èmi Ọlọ́run ló ní ẹ.
bí wọ́n ṣe wá sọ pé ọmọ Jésù ẹgbẹ́sẹ̀ sókè ẹ̀ tẹ̀ súnmọ́lẹ̀.
ẹ̀yin ló sọ èmi kan mo sọ mo tẹ̀ súnmọ́lẹ̀ lọ́jọ́ yẹn. Láti mọ̀ pé lóòtú gángan Naira Marley ṣàtìrìn yín o.
Àbí ara díẹ̀ nínú orin ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì náà ni wọ́n mú lọ tí wọ́n lọ fi kọ èyí tí wọ́n kọ.
Òun ni ọmọ Jésù náà ni wọ́n kó tó wọ́n ya bàrà síbẹ̀.
Orin ìsọjí wa nígbà aládùúrà lọ́hùn.
Everything no originate láti ṣe mọ̀ pé most of these things don't originate láti inú ìgbàgbọ́ àwọn náà ya bàrà lọ́bẹ̀ ni. So mo tẹ̀ mọ́lẹ̀ so it was a starting point ibi ìbẹ̀rẹ̀ nìyẹn. Nǹkan tí mo fẹ́ fi kún láfikún mo sọ pé like I said Lola's Reality the online magazine màá fẹ́ káwọn èèyàn gbìyànjú láti lọ wò www.lolasreality. Nǹkan tó one of the things tó bí was express me.
Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ dúró fún ìṣẹ́jú kan. Any www.lolasreality.com. Wọ́n náà mo fẹ́ sọ pé ìtàn kó má jẹ́ pé wà ní wọ́n wà ní pé àmọ́ níbi tí wọ́n ní a lọ.
Yes, ẹ ṣe olóòtú. Ọlọ́run àtúbọ̀ fi mọ̀ kú mọ̀. It's www.lolasreality.com. Once again, www.lolasreality.com. So nǹkan tó bí nìyẹn, nǹkan tó ṣẹlẹ̀ sí mi gan ló bí. Because ní kí ó tó ṣẹlẹ̀, like mo ti wà nínú journalism for 4 years. Then from there I went to business analysis. But ó wá jẹ́ pé ìyẹn jẹ́ newsprint. So, and to do that, you have to interview people. You go around a lot. I cover events. You know, I've been in Royal Albert Hall to cover massive events, and our consultant type of that. It was a newsprint, Shema. Oh yeah, the story media tower by town world. So, nígbà tí ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ yìí ṣẹlẹ̀ sí mi tí mo ní okun àtagbára láti máa lọ kiri bíi ti tẹ́lẹ̀. Mo ṣì mọ̀ ní pé iṣẹ́ tí a pè mí sí ni màá ṣe talent mi ni. So mo ń kọ́ máa kankan lé gan. Mo ń pèèyàn lórí phone, màá ṣe interview. Mo wá ní pé kí ni what's the way forward? I have to continue doing what nǹkan tí máa ṣe. Mo ní láti máa ṣe. Ni ó fi bí pé okay màá set website internet ṣẹlẹ̀ mọ́ pé wọ́n ní pé gbogbo ohun a máa ṣiṣẹ́ ìgbàgbọ́ tó wá. Ohun gbogbo á ṣiṣẹ́ pọ̀ fún rere. All things work together for good for those who trust the Lord. I believe Asha and Kopo. So ní ó wá já sí ìgbà tí gbogbo internet technology today, people we're not even really into newsprint anyway. All things were online. So even if I was to start a magazine in terms of paper print, it wouldn't have been advisable. It told láti bẹ̀rẹ̀ ní ìgbà yẹn was the online magazine because everything was online, you know. Even BBC online, even all the big newspaper, they still have their online version. So ni ó wá dá pé okay, I'm going to be realistic and just set up Lola's Reality. So nǹkan tó bí nìyẹn. So ìgbàgbọ́ ó play part in me. Ìbéèrè yín kejì ni pé kí ni ohun tí máa sọ fáwọn ará ilé? Ó lè má jẹ́ nípa ìlera, ó lè jẹ́ iṣẹ́. Ìgbà míì a rí pé ẹlòmíì lè máa ṣiṣẹ́ kó wá ní ìdádúró díẹ̀. Èmi máa pè ní nǹkan tí mo pè fúnra mi tí mo dẹ̀ máa gbìyànjú láti pè fún àyàn ni pé ẹ járe bí àsìkò ìsinmi or a short time out. One of my aunties, but one of my older aunties said this to me at the time. Martin, feel fun, you know God is working behind the scenes, don't you? Because she knew one more pay in Tony Bagogoni. When it's on God is working behind the scenes. I know. And obviously, only Alemari ni ìgbà yẹn gangan, but the rest assured pé Olúwa ń ṣiṣẹ́ lẹ́yìn. So tó bá jẹ́ iṣẹ́ gan ló dáyàn dúró, ẹ mọ̀ pé tá bá ní ìgbàgbọ́, tá dẹ̀ ń wáṣẹ́ míì, èyí tó dájú, tá tó dáyàn dúró yẹn á yọjú. But kò ṣe pé a máa kó sí abẹ́ dúvìé pé àwọn ti lé mi kúrò níṣẹ́, ayé ti tán, ayé ò tán, ayé ṣì kù jaburata, you know. Ọlá kù sẹ́yìn. Báwo lọ ṣe kọrin yẹn?
Ọlá òótọ́, ọlá kù sẹ́yìn, jaburata.
Ẹ ṣeun. So mo nígbà pé mo ti dáhùn ìbéèrè yín o lótú.
Ẹ ti dáhùn ẹ torí n tí ó jẹ́ kí n béèrè ìbéèrè ọ̀hún ó náà ní wípé n tí ìyáàfin Moshood ti ń sọ nípa pé kí àwọn èèyàn má ronú bí mo ṣe sọ àwọn ẹlòmíì wọn á lè ní pé ó dùn sọ ṣùgbọ́n tó bá ṣẹlẹ̀ sí náà ni ó máa mọ̀. Àlàyé tí ẹ ti ṣe àti tí ìyáàfin Moshood ti ṣe síwájú òun náà ni wípé kí àwọn èèyàn mọ̀ pé nípa ríronú tí wọ́n ń ròyìn kò ó tún máa dákún wàhálà ni.
Á mú nǹkan míì mọ́ra.
Àlè káwọn èèyàn ronú tí nǹkan bá ṣẹlẹ̀ káwọn èèyàn mọ́ ronú nítorí pé ẹlẹ́ran ara náà ni gbogbo wa. Ṣùgbọ́n tí ìrònú yẹn bá ti pọ̀ débi wípé wọ́n ti ń mí àmì kanlẹ̀ fẹ́ máa kó bá nǹkan míì.
Tó tọ́ ni.
Nítorí pé báwọn ṣe sọ pé àwọn tí wọ́n tiẹ̀ tún ṣe iṣẹ́ ìtọ́jú àti àwọn oníṣẹ́ egbògi ara àwọn tí wọ́n ṣe tí wọ́n ti kó mú jáde náà ni wípé àwọn tí àìsàn gan bá ń ṣe tó bá jẹ́ wípé nínú ọkàn wọn wọ́n rí pé wọ́n ń dúpẹ́ àbí wọ́n wò pé pẹ̀lú gbogbo tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ sí wọn náà wọ́n sì wò pé ẹ̀mí wà tẹ́mi bá wà ìrètí wà. Wọ́n rí wípé àwọn yẹn ara wọn tètè ń yá ju àwọn tó jẹ́ pé bóyá wọ́n ṣàìsàn tó jẹ́ pé ọkàn wọn ò tiẹ̀ sí níbi pé kí wọ́n ó dúpẹ́ fún àwọn tí ó wà ní agbègbè wọn. Wọ́n rí pé àwọn yẹn ara wọn ò kì í tètè yá. Ó dà nípa àìsàn tó máa ń ṣe wọ́n ó tún máa ń le sí ni tàbí kó tún mú nǹkan míì dání. Torí ẹ̀ ni mo ṣe ní pé ẹ̀yin tí ẹ ti la nǹkan kọjá pé ẹ̀yin bá tún ṣàlàyé fún wa láti gbé táwọn sọ lẹ́yìn àwọn èèyàn wa tó wà nílé wọn ò lè mọ̀ pé kì í kàn ṣe pé ìyáàfin wa kàn ń jánu lásán ni o. Wọ́n á mọ̀ pé wọ́n ní èèyàn lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ tí ó jẹ́ pé ẹni yẹn lè sọ pé nǹkan báyìí ni mo ti là kọjá rí o, nǹkan báyìí ló ti ṣe mí, ibi tí mo sì wà lónìí nìyí. Ara àwọn nǹkan tí Ọlọ́run fún wa náà nìyẹn wípé tí àwọn èèyàn tó jẹ́ pé wọ́n ti la nǹkan kọjá tí a dẹ̀ tún rí lónìí, ìyẹn tún máa jẹ́ kí ọkàn wa kí bí ìtura díẹ̀ tàbí ìtùnú kó lè wá sí ọkàn wa wípé lágbájá tó dúró yìí ni wọ́n sọ pé nǹkan báyìí ṣe.
Kò sí nǹkan tó ní bẹ̀rẹ̀ tí ò lópin.
Ẹni ní lónìí bóyá ó tún máa jẹ́ kí ọkàn ẹlòmíì kó tún ṣe gírí sí wípé tí ẹni bá lè la kíní ìkọjá tí tèmi gò tí ẹ wá lé tó ti ẹni yìí o.
Kò tó tọ́ ni èmi ti pàdé àwọn èèyàn lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀ tó ń sọ fún mi tó ń bá rí mọ́ni tí n bá sọ fún wọn tí n bá sọ fún àwọn ò ní mọ̀. Because nísìnyí àdúpẹ́ mo ò lo apart from pé but kò tí ọ̀rẹ́ mi kan sọ fún mi pé anyway mo ò tẹ̀ ń ṣèyàn tó máa ń rìn lọ títí náà tẹ́lẹ̀. Nísìnyí long distance ká máa rìn jíìnì ni mo ò mọ̀ ṣe yẹn. Charger for my phone please. Ẹ má bínú fóònù mi jọ pé bátìrì mi fẹ́ kú because I was on the laptop kí internet tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ṣe bákan. So mo fẹ́ ṣe ń gbọ́ mi sir.
À ń gbọ́.
Okay, so mo fẹ́ kọ́ bá mi charge phone mi.
Okay.
Because from laptop mo padà sórí phone but internet ń act up. So mo ń sọ fún mo fẹ́ fàyọ pé so ní láti ilẹ̀ mo ń wọ nísìnyí ṣéyàn mo ń lè wọ public transport much nítorí èrò. Because that's what the fact that my mobility is very good in terms of I can stand balance, can walk, but long distance, I struggle with long distance. That's when I want to use a walking stick. But tí máa dúró pé mo lè rìn sí tẹ́lẹ̀ tí wọ́n ní pé mo fẹ́ lo stick mo need mo ń rìn fúnra mi dáadáa. Ṣàmọ̀ nínú ilé tẹ́lẹ̀ nǹkan tí èèyàn tẹ̀ máa rò pé mo ti jókòó wò ń rò pé ṣé máa lógi láti máa lọ from bathroom and all of these things. Tẹ́lẹ̀ ni màá rò pé no, after a while I said no, and no I don't. I walk around without. Well, there's still some things I can't do. Yes, long distance walking. Then I was complaining one of these days. Last year was it? I remember even when I had my child, push chair long buggy. I still used to drive to the corner shop. So I'm just saying that. But then you think I'm over Rokini. If only. But the truth is that Taba Rodada Furawa. Kini ta rò pé unlucky ni gan. The possibility pé àníṣe gan tí èèyàn bá ṣẹlẹ̀ sí wa ó wà mi mọ̀ bí àǹkan tí mo sọ yé yín.
Ó yé mi yégéyégé.
So mo máa ń rò ọ̀rẹ́ mi ló wá pè mí ṣàkíyèsí ẹ̀ pé Lọ́lá, you are overthinking this thing, that the reason tó ṣe is because of this. She said, Amy, I was one of the first people to talk, even before I got a car, I'll call a cab to go anywhere. When I was 18, and, you know, I was like that. All right. If we don't stop rent to Magboa, okay, Kole, cab to Magboa. You know, so, but for some fun reason, no from me, mo take back pé irú èèyàn báyẹn mo jẹ́. Mo kàn lè joke in rò pé because tẹ́lẹ̀ ò bá ṣẹlẹ̀, màá ti change car mi, you know, màá ti ra mọ́tò, màá ti drive lọ síbi.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
You know? Màá rò bẹ́ẹ̀, á dùn mí. Then ìgbà míì màá tún rò pé if I don't have a car, if there's no car, I used to work in Central London at the time. Matilo train. Matilo Masha Maro, like, yeah, if you also only in your malice depression. Your brother's say, about me, I think sorry, I've lot to Tony. Arokon, Faikun, Asun, Da, you know, so ní àwọn ọrùn nígbà yẹn máa ronú gan gbà mí pé ó ṣe jẹ́ mi èmi kò sí èèyàn mi Ọlọ́run náà ni, could be anybody really, and bá ṣe sọ síwájú ó lè jẹ́ nǹkan mi, ó lè jẹ́ ọ̀nà iṣẹ́ àwọn ẹlòmíì wọ́n lè èèyàn kan sọ fún mi lọ́jọ́ kan wọ́n ní tó bá tẹ̀ wà lọ́nà tí ó wá lọ travel nǹkan kí plane já, so there will not be a recovery process. At least now ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ mo wà ní hospital, mo gba treatment, okay fine, mo lọ coma, but I recovered. My muscles were all weak, so I had to learn I had to go in rehabilitation. So mo ṣe gbogbo yẹn process ni fine, it was a setback, but èmi ò jà.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
It could have been the other way. Ó lè ti lọ ní ọ̀nà mìíràn tó pé èmi já and you know, everybody wà lámọ̀ pé kò sí rehearsal lọ́rọ̀ èmi tó bá ti já ó ti já náà ni Ọlọ́run jẹ́ kẹ́mi wá ká kúkú òjijì.
Àmín o.
So iṣẹ́ náà pẹ̀lú iṣẹ́ náà wà sẹ́mu ti iṣẹ́ náà.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni. Gbogbo tí à ń sọ ẹ̀yin ará ilé náà ni wípé gbogbo tó bá ń ṣẹlẹ̀ sí wa ẹ jẹ́ kí a máa dúpẹ́. Ẹni tó bá ń dúpẹ́ àti òwe Yorùbá àti títí tàwọn ẹlẹ́sìn ló sọ wípé ẹni tó bá dúpẹ́ àná yóò tún rí ìmí ìgbà. Tí a bá ń dúpẹ́ ìyẹn jẹ́ kí a mọ̀ wípé in tó ń ṣe wá a sì ní gbàgbọ́ wípé ọjọ́ ọ̀la máa dára ju ti àsìkò yẹn lọ. Àwọn àtàrábìnrin wa Lọ́ládé Májà àti ìyáàfin wa ìyáàfin Moshood Kẹ́hìndé wọ́n máa padà wá ní ọ̀sẹ̀ méjì tó ń bọ̀. Bí wọ́n ṣe sọ.
Ẹjọ́ ká tó lọ olóòtú ẹ jẹ́ ẹ̀ ń sọ fún ní ọ̀sẹ̀ méjì tó ń bọ̀ sorry, the first half abala kìíní ọdún nísìnyí a rí pé is a mixture really. Lola's reality now is a mixture láàmà sọ Yorùbá àti English papọ̀, but ní ọ̀sẹ̀ tó ń bọ̀ ẹ jẹ́ ká gbìn ọ̀sẹ̀ méjì tó ń bọ̀ ká gbìyànjú láti darapọ̀ mọ́ wa. Again a ní olùdásílẹ̀ iléeṣẹ́ Purple Bodies tí wọ́n máa bá a sọ̀rọ̀ nípa domestic abuse. Ó jẹ́ káwọn náà bá darapọ̀ mọ́ wa lẹ́nìí, but nǹkan kan àbí ìkejì ò jẹ́ kán lè wá lẹ́nìí. But a dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ ìyáàfin wa Moshidat tó gbà láti wá lẹ́nìí again. Ẹ ṣé gan-an. Ẹjọ́ rẹ̀ ṣòye o, Olúwa dúpẹ́ fún yín gan-an.
Ẹ ṣé
Ìfẹ́ tẹni tí wọ́n Ọlọ́run nífẹ̀ẹ́ yín náà.
Inú mi dùn láti
A máa rí yín bá.
àmì o.
So bí ṣe sọ Purple Bodies CEO wọn máa gbàdúrà a máa bá obìnrin àtọkùnrin sọ̀rọ̀ domestic abuse a mọ̀ pé ó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ báwo la ṣe lè ṣe báwo ẹ̀kọ́ like I said reality lawyers reality is talking about a máa sọ̀rọ̀ nípa nǹkan tó realistic things tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ sí wa ní diaspora Africans in the diaspora ẹ̀kọ́ tá a máa kọ́ bá ṣe máa ṣe ìgbésẹ̀ tá a lè gbé àwọn organisation tó lè ràn wá lọ́wọ́ etc things like that immigration and all of these things watch this space I love you and I'm going to leave you good night Ọlọ́run á fi ṣe ẹ̀ṣọ́ gbogbo wa sí jí o.
Ìyá àfin láti àwọn tẹ́ fẹ́ pè wá lọ́sẹ̀ méjì tó ń bọ̀ àwọn náà ni wọ́n sọ pé àwọn wà ń bí o wípé àwọn náà ti wà ní orí kọ́mẹ́ǹtì wa tí àwọn fi kọ́mẹ́ǹtì síbẹ̀ láti jẹ́ káwọn èèyàn wọ́n mọ̀ pé tó bá dìgbà náà àwọn ò fi ojú hàn sí orí pápá níbí.
Wọ́n ṣe mọ̀tẹ́ ọkọ̀ wà mẹ́.
Wọ́n fẹ́ káwọn èèyàn wọ́n mọ̀ ni. Ẹ ṣeun o olórí Ìyánusọlá Odùwọlé.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni wọ́n ni.
Ẹ ṣe àdúpẹ́ o gbogbo ẹ̀yin tí ẹ ti darapọ̀ mọ́ wa tẹ́ ń bá ní kí n máa ka orúkọ lọ àfẹ́ kàdọ́là àfẹ́ kí gbogbo yín.
Ẹ ṣeun o.
Ẹ ṣe àdúpẹ́ o.
Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ní ọjọ́ Sunday òun náà ni ètò ń lọ ní ọ̀dọ̀ wa níbí yìí bó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ọ̀sẹ̀ méjì ó ní ti tàwọn Lola's Reality ló máa ń wá ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ lọ wo www.lolasreality.com tó bá dọ̀sẹ̀ méjì wọn ó padà wá ṣùgbọ́n ní Sunday tó ń bọ̀ a tún pàdé àwọn ikọ̀ míì láti máa bá wa sọ̀rọ̀ ìyáàfin Rashidat Moshidat
ẹ ti pé gbà kí o.
Moshidat.
Ẹ ṣeun àdúpẹ́
ẹ ṣé o
àmàrí yín ẹ bá wa kílé o.
Ẹ ṣé o ó dàbọ̀ o.
Ó dàbọ̀.
Ó dàbọ̀ ẹ ṣé o.
Arábìnrin Ọlálé Májà ẹ̀yin náà ẹ ṣé o.
Ẹ ṣeun olóòtú
ẹ ṣeun.
Ọlọ́run fi ṣe ẹ̀ṣọ́ gbogbo wa.
Àmín o àmín o.
Ẹ ṣé àwọn viewers wa Olúwa dúpẹ́ fún yín ẹ ṣé tẹ́ darapọ̀ mọ́ wa kẹ́ni nice weekend not weekend sorry gbogbo wíìkì ọ̀sẹ̀ rẹ̀ la jẹ́ fún wa ó déré fún gbogbo wa o.
Àmín àṣẹ o.
Ire àwa wa rí ní ìlà oòrùn ìwọ̀ oòrùn gúúsù àti àríwá.
Àṣẹ wá.
Àní jáde lẹ́kùn lọ́wọ́ àní jáde lárùn lọ́wọ́.
Àmín o.
Ayọ̀ á máa wá wa rí. Olúwa ẹ ṣeun Olúwa wà pẹ̀lú yín tọmọtọmọ.
Àmín
ẹ ṣé gan olóòtú. Ó dàárọ̀ o.
Ó dàárọ̀.
A rí lọ́sẹ̀ méjì tó ń bọ̀ lágbára ẹ̀jẹ̀ Kristi lágbára Olúwa. Àmín.
Àmín. Àmín.
Àmín o ẹ ṣeun.
Zainab, we're trying to get your voice. Kindly check that.
Good day, everyone, and welcome back to my show. My name is Zainab Baroshi, and with me today, I have Mayegun in the studio, and I also have Comrade who are going to be doing some explanation for me on today's Explain This show. So, Mayegun, can you introduce yourself again, please?
Thanks for having me again, Zainab. This is Mayegun General, that guy, as I love to always say. So it's been a pleasure back again, having something to explain. Now with
So, Comrade
Abba Osage.
Losin Ulosage.
Thank you so much, Zainab, and good afternoon, everybody. And my name is Comrade Lawson Olosage, and I'm happy to be here today.
Thank you, you're welcome. So, Comrade Lawson Olosage, my first question goes to you. What can you say about the 6 Nigerians that were convicted in United Arab Emirates for funding the Boko Haram terrorists?
One thing I would say first, all thanks to the United Arab Emirates, because it had felt like the sponsors of the Boko Haram are spiritual, because in the last 10 or 12 years, the Boko Haram have been terrorizing Nigeria. CBN has never said anything about it. We have some of the best intelligence, according to the Nigerian government. They did not say anything about it, but at least it's a good thing that we're now seeing that there are few Northerners who are actually sponsoring this terrorists in Nigeria. And the funniest part is, one of the governors even lobbying to get them released. So I would say thank you to the United Arab Emirates for revealing those people to the world.
Yeah. So, Mayegun, do you think like there is any maybe because they have been convicted since 2019 and we are just knowing now into 2020? What do you think? Do you think there's any like something behind that?
Well, I wouldn't put it that way. Okay, the exposure, all over the world, the whole world. It's only in Nigeria where we negotiate with terrorists. Okay, so the rest of the world, they hunt them down. So we know before Buhari came to power, we had some terrorists, some Boko Haram campaigners who were arrested. I remember the bombers of the Catholic Church in Maraba in Abuja. So I remember Kabiru Shokoto. These are people who were arrested for committing terrorism in Nigeria. But when Buhari came in, we were expecting them to help us expose the sponsors, the financiers of Boko Haram in Nigeria. Like my big brother, yes, just mentioned. We never had those reports from the intelligence reports in Nigeria. The agency in Nigeria who were supposed to track crime before they happen, we call them the SSS. So for 5 years, let's base down 5 years. 2015, these guys were arrested in Dubai in collaboration with those who were in charge of Nigerian security at the time. So they got arrested in Dubai. And in fact, from the report we had, they would have been extradited to Nigeria for trial. But because of the change in government at the time, and I'm glad they did it, by the way, because they would have been released. Kabiru Shokoto has been released in Nigeria. And since then, we've never had anybody arrested, tried for anything terrorism in Nigeria. So, yes, it's a great thing that this happened. And we hope that if Nigeria genuinely had been probing the sponsors of Boko Haram, this guy spent almost $1 million to Nigeria through our banking system, and nobody could trace that. Dubai was able to do that, right? Because they have a working system. And I hope, I'm not hoping, let me just be honest, right? Because we know how the system works in Nigeria. But I wish that Nigeria or Nigeria government dedicates more time or show more interest in curbing and preventing terrorism in Nigeria genuinely, like they are hunting down NSAS protesters right now.
Do you think they should be brought back to Nigeria and be convicted in Nigeria? Because now the Senate are requesting the prosecutions of these people.
Is that for me to answer? There is no way they are bringing them to Nigeria. Forget it. Those guys were tried under the United Arab Emirates law. They were tried under the international law that, because this is transnational crime now. They were based in Dubai, and they were transferring money to Nigeria to perpetrate crime. So they have been tried in Dubai. They are going to serve their life sentences in Dubai. Yes, they were convicted last year. They were found guilty last year, but they weren't convicted. So it's not like our own law, whereby when they find you guilty, they find you guilty and all of that. So conviction or judgment is just what was delivered just now. And they will spend the rest of their lives in jail. Meanwhile, even under the United Arab Emirates law, they still have right to appeal, but they won't win. Forget it. Maybe the ones that are supposed to spend life in prison will still spend life in prison, but they may I don't know if the parole law works there. I don't know, but they should just rot there. Who wants them back in Nigeria? If they get to Nigeria, they will be freed. They will be celebrated because they will be repentant. And once you repent, Nigeria will save you and will reward you too. Nigeria reward bad behavior. And if we have any reasonable country doing the job for us, great. It is in Nigeria where CBN cannot trace the bank account of those who stole money in Nigeria, right? They cannot trace the account of those who are doing illicit business in Nigeria, including the criminal politicians. But look at how long it took the Dubai police to track down Hush Puppy. It took them just about 6 months. They were watching him until they got him. And when they got him, it was easier for them to hand him over to the American authority. So we shouldn't be looking for the Senate. Everybody saying anything in Nigeria. They're just the usual criminal organization that are currently taking over Nigeria. So they will want terrorists to come back so that they can rehabilitate them. They rehabilitate terrorists and they hunt down activists. That's the sad situation we are in.
So, Comrade Lawson Oluosage, do you think DJ Switch moving to Canada and claiming asylum in Canada is the right choice? And besides, she didn't make that a secret. Everyone in Nigeria now knows that she's claiming asylum in Canada. Do you think it should have been kept a secret?
In the first place, there shouldn't be any reason for any citizen to run out of their country to go seek asylum anywhere. Okay, particularly in a democratic dispensation, there should be zero reason for anybody to run away from the country or be scared of their life. At the worst, you can be sued. You go to the court, defend yourself, and if you find guilty, you serve your time. But that is not the case in Nigeria. The first thing is let's see what is the reason why she had to run for her life. Okay, the young lady who has done great by exposing the crime of the SSA, what do you want to call it, the Nigerian army and the police that came to kill innocent citizens, allegedly. Okay, if we want to, if they have every right to say that it was a lie, because we can see a lot of the corpses. According to her, the corpses were all taken away. But you can see it was a live stream. If she had not done that, if she was not courageous enough to show the crime these people were committing on site, today, she might have been dead. Okay, they found out in a way that this thing was actually being streamed. That was one of the things that really cautioned them. So if she hadn't gone to Canada to seek asylum, I want to speak to the Canadian government directly today. If you have not granted DJ Switch asylum, please grant her, because her life is in danger. There is no way you work against the Nigerian government for any reason, particularly exposing their crime as heinous as taking the life of innocent citizens who are protesting for their rights. Because those young men and young women of my age, people younger, even up to little kids, even grandparents were there. They were not rioters. They were demanding for rights to live in peace, a right to live in their own country. That is what they were demanding for. And the Nigerian army, with taxpayers' money, shot at these people and killed them. So if you have any reason to be delaying the switch asylum process, please grant it to her because she actually needs it.
Do you think if she had kept it a secret, it would have been better for her? Because people are saying nobody should know about this.
Our
because-
secrets, there is no law of secrecy in anything asylum. If you're seeking asylum, you are seeking asylum is because your life is in danger.
right.
And even the country you are seeking the asylum from, or where you're seeking the asylum, they need some proof. They need some documentation, maybe national dailies from your country. They
Right.
need, newspaper publications. They need even, they have these things are live. So they are not doing it in secret. And what is your name? Can you just tell us your case? No.
Yeah.
They want evidence.
Evidence.
And the truth is, her life is actually in danger. I don't know her. I've never met her. Okay. But the truth is, her life is in danger.
Yeah.
So there's no crime in her making it public. It even helped the government to see, the Canadian government to see that this girl actually needs help, because there are hundreds of Nigerians who are crying and begging for her to get that asylum in that country.
Right. So the Central Bank of Nigeria are accusing the NSAS campaigners and NSAS promoters of being a terrorist in Nigeria. What can you say about that? Because we all know who the terrorists are in Nigeria. What can you say about it?
According to, during your introduction question or your first question, you asked me about the Dubai, the Arab Emirates and their sentencing or trial of the Boko Haram sponsors in their country. The CBN, in its own wisdom, in the last 12 years, did not find one single sponsor of Boko Haram. Boko Haram, how could Boko Haram be operating in Nigeria since the inception of Boko Haram and no single sponsor has been traced? All the weaponry, everything they do, all the operations cost money. Okay, they're not, I don't think they will be using any foreign banks. Even the good thing is, the investigation in Dubai now revealed to us that some money were being sent from that very country to Nigeria through CBN, the same central bank. But those money did not get captured by CBN. Then innocent citizens who are protesting for their rights. Look at those people on the streets. They're all graduates who have left university many years ago, and most of them could not get a job. Okay? So how do you call them terrorists?
Yeah.
People asking for their own rights to live in peace in their own country, you want to label them terrorists? We must be slipping to something that's called anarchy. Or I don't know what to call it. It's dictatorship. That is what Nigerians actually slipping into. Because even in the days of Abacha, it did not get as bad as this. Of course, I could remember when Abacha came, used a lot of this style to come into the University of Ibadan to try and arrest some students. They never came in their uniform. They never even they never seized any students' finances or source of income.
Yeah.
Okay, they could come arrest you when you are protesting or use tear gas to disperse everybody. But CBN going in,
They are also freezing accounts of NSAS promoters.
Yeah, but by CBN, it's funny.
Yeah.
Because CBN is not supposed to be a police organization, it's a monetary organization, for God's sake. So what are they doing seizing people's money? Okay, so but if they have had antecedents, if they have had any history where they've been doing this, they've been working against terrorism. Because Boko Haram has been in Nigeria for the last 12 years. If CBN have been exposing terrorist money, then we'll say, okay, wow, these people are working. But how on earth do you just spring up and you say a law was passed so that you can be able to use some kind of draconian kind of system to seize civilians' money. It's uncalled for.
Yeah. Maigun, what do you have to say about that?
Well, as they say, thank you, by the way, for that expository there, sir. As they say, you cannot shame the shameless.
Right.
People who are shameless, you cannot go about and say, I'm going to shame you with this. There is no law that Nigeria can go to anymore that will surprise people like us. The Central Bank of Nigeria, led by Emefiele, happened to be the cesspool of what is wrong with Nigeria to start with. When Buhari came to power, he accused Dasuki of stealing $2 billion meant for Boko Haram's weapon, to buy weapons for the Nigerian army. It was a lie. But what they didn't tell people then was that when Dasuki was arrested for stealing or looting the $2 billion meant for arms procurement, what they didn't tell you was the account where Dasuki was making those withdrawals was domiciled in the Central Bank of Nigeria. And who is the governor of the Central Bank at the time? Godwin Emefiele, the same guy. So when Buhari came in, arrested Dasuki because of the money traced into the bank account of so many other PDP members, including non-PDP members at the time, Emefiele was retained. He was not arrested. For all the money that Goodluck Jonathan said they spent fighting Boko Haram, it was Emefiele CBN that was releasing those money. When they now declared that the money were missing or stolen, including the 2.2 billion naira they paid for prayers to end Boko Haram, there's a man called Bafarawa, a former governor, who also collected about 5.6 billion naira to pray. He gathered prayer warriors all over the country to pray for the end of Boko Haram. All this money passed through the CBN. Our own Baba, Olufalaye, they gave him also about 2 billion naira. When Baba collected money, they said, Baba, take this money for Jonathan's second term. When Baba got back to Ondo, he declared 1 billion, kept 1 billion. When EFCC came and arrested people who collected part of the 1 billion, they said, Baba, how much? They gave you 2 billion. Baba said, yes, I kept 1 billion. It was when they came to arrest him that he confessed that, why am I telling you all of this? All this big money meant for security in Nigeria, to end terrorism in Nigeria, were shared through the CBN. Part of the money that was moved for Fayoshe's election in Ekiti was also moved through the CBN, where Obanekoro, the former state minister for defense under Goodluck Jonathan, Musili Obanekoro, moved the money in a chartered plane, cash, to Ondo State, then transits the money through another truck, few trucks, to Ekiti State. It was also part of the money meant for the security. So Emefiele was kept for a reason. He is a very, very good guy when it comes to looting. Last year, a video, in fact, an audio phone call between Emefiele and other members of the governing board of CBN came out, became public, a scandal, where Emefiele stole 500 billion naira that he couldn't account for. And they were looking for ways to bring it into the abridged audit of CBN the following year. So who is investigating who? So if you want to ask yourself, why is CBN unable to find traces of money laundering meant for Boko Haram? Who is going to investigate who with all these examples I gave you?
Yeah.
They kidnapped Dapchi girls, over 100 girls in Dapchi in Yobe State in 2017 rather. When Laya Mohammed came out and said, we had no agreement with the Boko Haram to kidnap girls anymore after the Chibok girls kidnapped. He said that, but people didn't pick that. They were not supposed to, in quote, like Mohammed said, they are not supposed to kidnap school girls anymore. But they did. What they didn't tell you, or what they came out to deny, was that before they returned those girls back to Dapchi in Yobe State and kept Leah Sharibu, which happened to be the girl that was never returned,
Nigerian government paid 13.5 million euros to Boko Haram and ensured that some of the fighters that were kept in their custody at the time were released as a prisoner swap to release the Dapchi girls. 13.5 million euros was transferred to the Boko Haram members. Who would have traced that? Who made that money available? Who are those who did the negotiation? Go into that details. You will find out that those who are sponsoring terrorism in Nigeria are no other people than the Central Bank of Nigeria, who is financing that. It takes its order from all those people in there. When Dasuki was arrested and prosecuted, or was being prosecuted for the Boko Haram funding or non-funding of Boko Haram war, Buratai the Butcher, who happened to be the chief of army staff of Nigeria, do you know what he did? He was the guy who actually endorsed the itinerary. He booked it. He was the itinerary officer for Nigerian army. He signed it that Nigerian Goodluck Jonathan bought all the weapons, delivered, and he took stock of them because it was his job to tell which weapon Nigeria has and where, which one they just bought, which one they've used, to who, given to. That was his job during Jonathan's tenure. And Dasuki was national security advisor to Jonathan. So what happened after? When Dasuki was arrested, Buratai was promoted. 2 years after Buratai became chief of army staff of Nigeria, there was a revelation that he bought 2 properties for his own family, 2 wives in Dubai, 2 properties in Dubai. He was a military officer, for goodness sake, but he could afford to buy multi-million dollar properties abroad because he gained from the scandal. When Buratai was questioned, do you know who responded on behalf of Buratai? The presidency of Nigeria, not Buratai. Presidency responded and he said, Buratai is a rich snake venom merchant. He has a snake farm and he's exporting snake venom. For goodness me. Who do you think processed all those money for them? The CBN. When they wrecked Nigeria economy in 2016 and they did this back trading, what they call round tripping, dollar round tripping, whereby people were getting what I can go on and on and on. Okay, right. For you to know that whatever thing you are trying to find answers to, stop looking. You have people who have taken over. We have strangers who have taken over the country. They are strangers with strange policies and strange governments. They reward terrorism and they punish those who ask them to stop terrorism. Think about that. If you are speaking anything out right now against them, you are a terrorist. I am a terrorist in Nigeria context right now. By the definition. By their definition. And it's done by the government, not by the law. The law didn't call me a terrorist. No. The law says I can talk. The law says if I see anything that offends you, you take me to court. It's a simple thing. If I see anything that causes any harm, there is law that punishes me. That is there. But they won't use that. That takes time. They need one that will dehumanize me, that will criminalize me, that will make everybody, or more or less ostracize me, that will push me and make me become someone everybody needs to run away from. That is what the government is doing. It is called gaslighting. When you speak your mind, they gaslight you. Oh, look at him. Listen to what he just said now. Oh, he's trying to cause a trouble. He's trying to get people killed. But people are being killed still. People are being sent to IDP camps. Villages are being ransacked every now and then. The government is criminalizing those who are asking them to do the right thing. What answer are you looking for? Why are you're asking why from people who are perpetuating it? They froze all the account of these people, criminalize them. They are not, see, the same terrorists they are talking about. Emefiele sat in a Zoom meeting with them. Dangote was in a Zoom meeting with them. The Jimovia, all these guys were in Zoom meeting with these terrorists. They are now freezing their account. They were trying to bribe them. When they couldn't do that, they came back. And they even did it in so much illegal way that they froze the account 2 weeks ago. And only about 5 days ago, the CBN decided to approach court to take a court order for something they've taken 2 weeks ago. Right? And CBN, it now came out that CBN approached the court, not the court. They approached the judge who was sitting down in his own house. And they said, we need to freeze this account because we are tracing them to terrorism. For goodness me. All the money in those accounts, they are not up to $100,000. Guys were convicted of transferring nearly $1 million through the same CBN banking system in Nigeria, and you are asking why? That is your answer. Because they are the terrorists.
I mean, the most appalling part of it is that this can only remind you of nothing but dictatorship. Okay, I don't want to say we've been fortunate to live through the period of dictatorship in Nigeria. It was an unfortunate experience, but of course it was part of our life. Okay, between 1979 or 1979 when OBJ came in and rigmarolled until they managed to give it to what's his name, Alhaji Shehu Shagari, and Shagari did his thing, and this same man removed Shehu Shagari in that year. And when they removed Shehu Shagari, by military dictatorship came to Nigeria through him. Okay, and Nigerians actually suffered throughout this period, and we managed to go through every process until democracy came. You would think that now that we are in a democracy, if anything is happening, you just go to court, sort it out in the court, and get things resolved. Okay? With all these things Mayegun has talked about now, which is not just Mayegun talking about them, they're out there in the dailies, they are out there online, you can find them everywhere, just in the domain. You can just go on Google, type all those informations. If you can pick any one of it, put it, search for it, you'll find them. Okay? So with all these things he has spoken about, I have not heard of one of those sponsors that their account was seized. Not one of them.
Because they are the sponsors.
Okay? Not single one of them have been seized. No single one of those people that, sponsor Kabir or whatever they call that guy who bombed Catholic Church in Abuja, none of his account has been seized today, or the person that sponsored him, or the group, the Boko Haram, the people that are sponsoring Boko Haram, they've not been captured today.
Do you want me to surprise you about Sagi? Yeah. Kabiru Shokoto is suing Nigeria now for illegal detention, for illegal arrest.
Of course, they will pay
because
him.
Buhari released him.
Yeah.
Okay. So far, so good. They have released over 5,000 repentant terrorists in Nigeria.
He did not just release them. A whole lot of them have been recruited into the Nigerian army and Nigerian police.
Okay. And the shame about this is this. They say those who fail to learn from history are bound to repeat them.
Same mistakes, yeah.
It is Buhari, only Buhari in the history of Nigeria, the military coup and all of that. It is only Buhari in the history of Nigeria that, that dethroned, overthrew a democratically elected government. There is no one else in history. It was meant to be in jail. It was meant to die in jail. But because Nigeria rewards bad behavior, you get rewarded. After 1985, when it got deposed off, right, by Babangida, and for the first time, and the only time until now, that Nigeria went into forced recession was in 1985, when the economic somersaulted, where the price of crude oil at the time pummeled and all that, right? They couldn't kick the economy. The corruption was monumental. People were piling, they were packing money from CP, they were printing money for them to print out. Why the entire country was going through the hell unleashed by Buhari until Babangida came. Abacha came, made democracy a dream that will never happen, a mirage.
Yeah.
Who were those who were working with Abacha?
Buhari.
Who were those who were going after the activists at the time? Ahmadu Ali. Gambari, the current chief of staff to Buhari. 30 years after Buhari overthrew a democratically elected government, it was rewarded.
It was compensated with presidency. A civilian
in a democracy. They came out and they said he's a repentant Democrat or a repentant dictator. Those who sowed the lie then, they are now enjoying the fruit of that, by the way, because everyone is suffering it. A system has taken over in Nigeria, a system of incompetence. We can sit down here and say our government in Nigeria or the regime of Buhari has turned to a dictatorship, but it was what Nigerians wanted and what they got.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely, absolutely.
They wanted it, they got it.
Yeah.
But there's something we're also missing out. It is not actually about them being greedy and selfish and with what they're doing. It also has something to do with incompetence too. People tend to ignore that. We tend to blame things on, oh, it's because they are greedy. Oh, it's because they are thieves.
Yeah.
Even anything they try to say they want to do, they do them so shabbily. When they design policy, they don't know how to execute them or implement them in a way to the benefit of the people they wrote those policies for. Incompetency. The worst of Nigeria is representing the best of Nigeria. You will only get one result: failure.
Yeah.
Upon failure, there's something there, incompetency too. Apart from their selfishness and greed, these guys are incompetent at anything. Check it.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much, Maiyegun. Thank you, Comrade Lawson Oluosage. So, an activist, Kenechukwu Okeke, has just filed a lawsuit against 50 people in Nigeria, including Pastor Sam Adegoke, Aisha Yusuf, Folarin Falana, also known as Fowls the bad guy, Davido, Tiwa Savage, and many more. He said the reason why he filed this lawsuit is because during the NSAS protest, he lost a lot of properties. He lost properties due to the looting and everything. And do you think the reason why he filed the lawsuit was because he lost his property, or there's another motive behind that, Maiyegun? Sorry.
Well, Kenechukwu Okeke wanted attention and is getting it.
Okay.
His case, he has no case, just like any other thing that the government is also trying to do. But Nigeria is a place that the more you look, the less you see. When they say the more you look, the less you see, sometimes the masquerade that is dancing so tirelessly in the public square, if you pay attention very well, the drama probably is somewhere else too. But if you pay attention, we likely if you pay close attention, you will likely hear the sound where the drum beater is coming from. Nigeria is so messed up that Kenneth, who should have sued the government, Kenneth was alive when NSAS protest lasted. Kenechukwu Okeke.
Yeah.
I prefer to call him Ken, but that would probably make him look like a responsible person, but he's a criminal, okay? So Nigeria, Okeke saw the peaceful protest for days. We all saw it. Okeke saw how the government and other politicians, agents of government, mobilized thugs in Abuja, in Lagos, in Osogbo, everywhere. We all saw that. Kenechukwu Okeke happened to be, he claimed to be an activist.
Yeah.
Until now, nobody knows him. Okay. We call the likes of him cash activist. The people that only do it for what
money.
they will come back, because
for profit.
He should be suing the government
and not
for not protecting the lives and properties.
Yeah.
Protest is a legal thing. You have the right to protest peacefully.
Yeah.
Nobody should shoot at you.
Yeah.
Your life shouldn't be in danger, right? If you then do anything out of ordinary during the protest, the law will still take its course. If you are an assassin during protest, you will be arrested. You will be prosecuted based on that thing you've done, not because you protested. Okeke knows that, but he also knows Nigeria. He is a smart con artist that is about to burn himself, because immediately he came out to attack the wrong people.
Yeah.
You can see it is like a trend. Okay, attack the victim, right, and defend the real killer, the real people who committed the crime. And if you have noticed, it's like a trend. Everyone is blaming the NSAS protest and the protesters for all that happened, even though they were all alive when the whole thing escalated. And how the NSAS protesters decided that, okay, we're going to leave the streets for you. And they left the streets since then. From 23rd of October, sorry, from 21st of October.
1st of
They left the
October.
streets immediately after the Lekki killing. They said everybody should stay away. It's no longer safe. The facts are there. But the likes of Okeke knows that they will call him. If he gets a court judgment that says all the people who are the 50 people they sued,
Yeah.
all they need is just one court judgment, just one court order, right? People who will not take him serious are going to regret it. You know
Right.
what's going to happen? They're going to get a judge that's going to give him a verdict or something that will mandate all of them to appear in court.
Right.
Okay. So that court is going to award him a sort of a judgment that will say, if those people don't pay that, you see, we're all talking about it now, it's looking like a joke, right? It's not. He knows what he's doing. So once you get that judgment, now everybody on that list will have to find a way to break themselves out of that list. Now, say you that you have to attend on how to get yourself out of a list that says you have committed a crime. You owe a fine. They may come and say, okay, they award a penalty of 1 billion to all the 50 of them to pay to Okeke. People will laugh until they begin to pick them up. Until many of you are no longer able to go to work. Until you, artists, you are unable to go anywhere to do anything. Sure, you will not go back to that court and say, okay, I'm here. What should I do? It is just to destabilize everybody.
Everyone.
When you are going through that, you will get time to go and protest again.
No.
When they freeze your account and you are unable to make withdrawal, if they call you for protest again, like even if you can manage for some time, it will get to some point that you will know money that's supposed to come into your account won't come in. Those of you who have private businesses that you run, apart from all these things, they will disturb and destabilize your life. And they will use the legal way as well.
Yeah.
So by the time everybody is running from one court to the other, when they say NSAS, you will just make sure and tell them, I beg, don't ever call me again in your life.
Yeah,
you know
so
I think
you have something to say.
I think the biggest problem is Nigeria today. It's I think we're suffering from something the psychologists call Stockholm syndrome. Okay, Stockholm syndrome is a disease where the captor is falling in love with the person that captured you. Okay, you are in prison. You are being kept in a place. They give you
captive loving their captor.
Yeah, of course, the captive
slave loving their master.
The slave loving their master. That's the
Loving
problem we have in Nigeria, because in Nigeria today, the people, according to what he said, this guy Kenneth or whatever his name is should be suing the government who, out of negligence, allowed the police, the Nigerian police or SARS in the first place, to kill innocent Nigerians without anything, without trial.
Right.
Okay? As a human, you have the right to live. You have the right to your life. That's the first right any human have. And as a government, you have the right, the responsibility to protect my life. That's what makes you a government. My life and my property, those are the first responsibility of every government to protect. So the irresponsibility of the government was what led to youths coming to the government to say, please end this SARS so they can stop killing us. Okay? And if you watch out the trend of this protest, it lasted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. About the 6th or 7th day, or from the 5th day, we started seeing jeeps.
Yeah.
Unnumbered jeeps with no number,
no plate,
which is normally used by the SSS or the DSS or whatever they want to call their names. They started using it all around Abuja to drop towels. That was where the mayhem started. Nigerians were protesting with rights. They were going everywhere asking for their right. Government, stop these people. We don't want these people on the streets because they are killing. How can the government, be paying your salary and you're killing citizens? You just capture somebody, not even capture. You just stop somebody, ask him about his phone. This phone I'm using now, if I use this in Nigeria, I become a Yahoo boy.
Yeah.
Okay? I become a Yahoo boy. This is the same phone, if not bigger than this one that my son uses. Yeah. My 18-year-old son uses something bigger than this one. He's never worked in his life. He's a student. I bought it for him. But if he goes on holiday in Nigeria, I will have to buy him a 3310.
A smaller one, yeah.
3310, not a smaller one. 3310 where he will have no access to internet, so that somebody will not call him a Yahoo boy. Because I want him to come back to his education with his life. I don't want him for the government to waste him because he's going to visit Nigeria. Okay, so Kenneth should be suing the government for their negligence, for their inability to protect lives and properties of Nigerians. Not suing Nigerians who are coming to ask the government that please protect us. That's what the protest was about. It was a demand. They were not destroying anything. It was the government who were dropping those people all around the streets, and it was those touts the government brought into the protest that started destroying. At a point in time, if you watch the trend in Abuja very well, they started, some people started coming on the street with sticks to hit the protesters. Then at the point in time, they set fire on a number of cars.
Yeah, we also saw the video.
In Abuja. Go check it on the internet. Everything is there. So why are they pretending like they don't know? We live in a global world just now that everything you do just now, what this very interview we're having just now, could be viewed by the president.
Yeah.
Every single word I say can be zoomed into and checked if there's any false accusation there. Okay? And you find every evidence online.
Yeah.
So there's no reason for any Ken, if he knows Arlen is a lawyer.
Yeah, yes.
Even though in his days in school, I learned he stole a phone. Okay, so he stole a phone. So I don't know if that is true or not. Allegedly, he is a thief as well. Allegedly, he stole a phone somewhere. But these people who are protesting or who were protesting are not thieves. They are citizens requesting for their rights.
Yeah.
Okay, so he should direct his anger or his frustration somewhere else. But of course, as we know in Nigeria, he might not be doing this. The drummer boy might be sitting in the corner and he is just dancing to the tune.
Probably. Thank you very much. That is a lot of explanation right there from Mayegun and Comrade Lawson Oluosage. I remain your host on Explain This. My name is Zainab Baroshiri. See you next time.
Yeah, actually, I think so. One of the grounding factors of our society as Africans, it's helped us. Can't really deny that, and it's also been a source of destruction. And this is meant. This is actually from like a psychological point of view. And I was going to briefly touch about ego and the role of ego in the African, in the African point of view, and how is, yeah, exactly, in our mentality pretty much. How has ego affected us over the years? We definitely know that ego had when, especially during like the slavery period, they used ego. Um, they used ego to use that divide and conquer stuff against us,
Yeah.
as well as even during even racism as well faced in Europe. It's all from our ego in point of showing our emotion, like bursting our emotions, as opposed to like clear communication. I see so many of us get in trouble, especially people my own age.
Yeah.
So yeah, just talking about that, I think my opinion on ego is that I think is an old, I think is ultimately an old evolutionary trait. I think we should be mindful of it and eliminate it. Yeah, because I think it does more harm to us as society than good. What do you think?
Yeah, so with the on the issue of ego, right? So I fully agree. I fully agree that um, ego, from the sense of a a a negative perspective of self pride, right? So someone you have self pride and self respect, and someone is testing it. A negative expression of that is a negative expression of that can lead to unwanted outcomes, right? You can have things where you say divide and conquer, where people can play your ego against you and get what you want, what they want out of it. So I fully agree on that aspect. What I was kind of like
skeptical about,
not skeptical, but thinking about in my mind, right, was is there a positive aspect of that self pride, right? Like, is there a positive aspect of if someone is checking you that you can be like, nah, you can't, as in.
I think there's a positive to that. However, using ego in that situation, for example, will not result to good action, will not result to good cause 9 times out of 10. Because if you had just understood the principles of just clear communications and putting your ego to ground, you're more likely to get your point across with that person understanding exactly where you stand. As opposed to ego now, if you use from an ego point of view, shout like people just start you guys will just start arguing, and ultimately you've not solved the issue, but something massive has escalated and nothing is being resolved.
So you would say ego always leads to negative outcomes.
I say in the context of how we've used it as people, because I think from an African point of view, I think our communication skills need like a lot of improvement.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's the effect of colonization where like we got taught English.
Yeah.
So it was hard for us to express our feelings, or it was hard for us to communicate efficiently the way we would naturally just do our natural language. I think that's something we never really considered when we adopted English language. So I think because of that, we suffered in different aspects in terms of even how our parents raised us, even how we how we deal with conflict within our friends and all that kind of stuff. Like sometimes because we know it's like the example I was giving you earlier, something wrong happens, like say for our parents, for example, and we say something like we're trying to articulate ourselves and we mention a word. Like they dwell on that word as opposed to they dwell on that one word
Why
you
did
said.
you say that word? I know you're speaking for that word.
Like they dwell on the word and then they forget on the actual big message they're trying to convey. And these are all the effects of I don't know, either the alien language we collected or all that kind of stuff. So ultimately, being aware of that I think, is the goal of this conversation. Is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
I think our communication skills need to drastically improve. Yeah.
So if so me personally, I didn't see ego as something that was necessarily bad or good, right? I just saw it as something that can be bad or good depending on how you use it, right?
Yeah.
But based on the context of, let's say, speaking mainly on the negative side of it, like when it comes out negative, when it's that situation where you're not communicating effectively to get your point across.
Yeah.
We tend all those negative aspects as ego, right? For the sake of discussion, right? What I was getting to was in a positive aspect where that form of self-pride, right? When there's positive outcomes or benefits to having that self-pride and not allowing someone to check you or disrespect you or whatever.
Yeah.
So what I was thinking was, can we classify that as honor, right? Rather than having ego as this thing as manipulation, we say ego is all the negative outcomes.
Mm-hmm.
Can we say honor is all the positive outcomes of that self-pride? And honor is something that we Africans should take into our mentality. And what does honor actually mean?
I don't think honor is ego per se.
I don't think it's honor, but I'm saying it's like self-pride. So if you say ego is the negative aspect of self-pride, right? Honor is the positive aspect. And you say honor is the positive.
I didn't define. I'm not going to define ego as self-pride per se, because self-pride as well. There's a fine line between self-pride and maturity as well. you being mature as well is a sign of self-pride, a sign of being proud of yourself as well.
That's
You know?
positive aspect now.
No, but it's because if you're saying ego, so ego comes from a condescending place, right?
So I'm saying if ego is negative.
No, but like in general, ego just comes from a condescending place. It's not as if it comes from a place of I'm good, I know I'm good, but I'll treat these people different. No. It comes from a place of I know better than you. You don't have a say, but like it comes from a condescending
That's
place.
self-pride still, as in for the fact that you're feeling that you're better than someone. That is an aspect of self-pride.
But my point is that aspect of self-pride you can't accept to honor. I don't feel.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Honor. So if you have self-pride, right, a negative expression of self-pride, if you call that ego, like whenever you're expressing your self-pride in a negative way, that's your ego coming out. But if you're expressing your self-pride in a positive way, can we classify it? So that's honor. That's someone that has pride in themselves, that says, I have a good name. I come from a family with a good name. I'm not going to get my family's name disrespected.
Yeah.
If someone else is just trying to do this.
Well, what cause though? If I feel like ego in that aspect is if you say you don't want to get your family name disrespected, is the fact that like if you condescend towards anybody that comes close to family, you judge everybody based on their standards and all that coming together, and that like ego. There's no positive way of saying ego.
I agree. As in ego is on.
But wait, there's no. So, but you're saying there's a positive side.
No, I'm saying so. If before, right, I didn't separate ego, right. I saw ego as that encompassing, right. But now, as you pointed out, ego is the negative side of it. Is that condescending bit of when it comes to that. So I'm saying, actually, okay. So if you go down one layer, right, where you have self-pride as a fundamental thing, I don't think self-pride in all circumstances is negative. So there are aspects of sometimes where you feel I am better than as in I'm better than you. Let's not get it twisted. No, I'm better than you, but it's not come from a negative, condescending place.
Okay. If you can communicate it properly.
Yes.
Okay. So that's even the next driver. In terms of even communication as well, how do you think we can make them a bit more efficient in our community? Because I genuinely feel like at the moment, in terms of the way we communicate to people, it's like we use a lot of perception a lot in our community, and that I don't think that's very detrimental as well, because that's how a lot of anger issues all bother people. Like I don't know if it's like a third world or like civilization kind of thing that happens, because anything that people like that tend to like, say for example, what I was telling you earlier, right? Like people in the third world, for example, they don't like when it comes to communication. It's like because of the lack of awareness of how to communicate, a lot of emotions just start unnecessarily. Like a lot of commotions just start unnecessarily, either through just wanting to explain yourself, but then the way that person receives it because you said like the wrong word, or I don't know, you just said it somehow the other person doesn't want, then now it just becomes like it just goes out of this thing. It just goes like the whole situation just goes out of proportion, right? So I'm just saying, like in a way, how do we tackle that kind of problem?
Tackle the aspect of communication. So I mean, obviously on one hand, there's the technical bit of it where we learn to use our words. Then like I've said before, I feel like our parents did not have any good model of how to be parents, right? They were raised like they were raised in a way that a slave master would raise as in young workers, right? So they're raised from that disciplinary standpoint. Shut up, don't ask questions, do this. So that's how they're raised. They're not raised from a nurturing, because back then their own parents were going through that. So their own parents were drivers or masters. So masters say, shut up, go and get the car, do this, go and do that, right? So they will come back home and reflect that to the kids, right? So that's how our parents were raised. So they obviously did not have any good model of the way, I mean, even if you've seen the way the West is, there's a bit of nurturing that goes into a child. There's a bit of, okay, as in, come, let me explain to you why you are going this way, right? They didn't have that. They're just like, yo, let's go this way, because that's how they were brought up.
But is that
So-
is that a recent thing? Because like if you watch like all these old British films, like the dads were just as strict as something. So is it that our generation is
Yeah,
changing
but
the
what I would
mindset?
say, so you say that their parents were strict, right? So the West, right? Their parents, so our parents' generation, their comparative, their comparison in the West.
Yeah.
I feel like they had more compassionate parents than our parents did. You know what I'm saying? Like their own parents were, always at some point go to like back before like the British were also kind of like strict as well.
Yeah.
But I feel like our parents' generation were not really bought so much on being smart and being woke like that. Some of them may have been, but the majority of them were bought on more of a nurturing parents' generation. So they had that experience, to relate where with their own kids now of our age, who you can see there's a different bit of mindset in the way they're brought up. Like they have a greater perspective of the world that we do because of that. Like that skill set of communication that they have, because they're able to communicate with their parents, but we didn't learn that. So now we are trying to figure it out, right? So that's the technical aspect that we need to obviously overcome, right? How to actually physically communicate. But another aspect is the issue of what you touched on, ego, right? So now we've learned how to communicate. Now I know, okay, how to actually express myself and vocalize how I'm feeling for you to understand. Is now the concept of, does the other person want to actually listen to that? Because even though you're speaking clearly, if I still have that negative sense of self-pride, right, that ego, I still don't want to hear anything you're saying. Like even if you're coming like, hey man, I'm really hurt, but the fact that I feel like you shouldn't be talking to me anyways will still make me not to address the situation. So I feel like it's a two kind of pronged approach we need to address. We need to get that first technical communication down, but also the ego out of the way, right? Because I think that's I think ego, that's negative self-pride is a big thing, and to me that was kind of what, if we touch on what we're talking about, my frustration with the world, because I know basically I'm not saying it's easy, but it's that kind of like when you're now the person, right, who said, okay, I'm willing to remove my ego out of the way, right? I've removed my ego out of the way. I've picked up those communication skills now to express myself, my feelings in the best possible way I can for our joint growth. And then you are not refusing to move your own ego out of the way. That automatically, like, because I took mine out of the way for you, but you didn't take yours for me. So that's always going to make me revert back to my ego in a worse condition. So I feel like that's kind of like the, just being personal myself, that's kind of like the battle that I have. Like when you see people like that, then it kind of makes you go into that place of.
But the thing is, like, it's like you're stooping down to fight their own fight as well. Because the thing is, if you're aware of ego, I think you naturally have that sense of that self-awareness so for example, you have that self-awareness where, like, in terms of if somebody does something to you, because you're so aware of how that situation can go, it makes you a very calculated person. That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah.
It makes you a very calculated person because, like, now it shows your maturity. You can even almost control the outcome of what the conversation you're having in a way.
Yeah.
But the thing is, like, most often than not, it's like you're so focused on like the wrong thing in the conversation, and you're angry about that kind of thing, and you're not seeing the bigger conversation. You're not seeing the bigger picture of the conversation. That's why it all escalates. But I don't think in that case you should worry about how somebody's going to receive it. Just show your own maturity, because naturally, if you're offering somebody with something that is different, is alien to them. They're more like they're taken aback and they're trying to understand like exactly what's going on, and that's when you use your leverage to just control the outcome. So I don't think ego is a good thing when it comes to communication.
I agree to that, and I was thinking as well. So I feel like because that sense of self-pride is always going to be there. So is there a case of, rather than flipping as in getting rid of ego, we just flip it into what I was trying to say, a bit to honor, right? That positive sense of self. That fact that, okay, yes, I'm proud of myself, but it's, I mean, you have these concepts in the Japanese culture, right? Where they have this, like, you can't bring dishonor to me or my family. So, as in, when I do things, right? When I win with honor. When I fail, I still fail with honor. Right? So if you have that sense of concept of self-pride, even when
that's self-awareness. That's what that is. That's not ego. That's not.
It's not ego. Yeah,
it's that self-awareness, and that's what happens when you don't have ego. So that's the good side. That's the flip side of it. If you don't have ego, you have this self-awareness that's so crazy that like you control the outcome of everything surrounding you. And
even how do we get Africans to that point? Because I feel like a lot of them are still held back on that negative aspect of ego. Like even when you sorted out the communication skills, that negative aspect of self-pride or ego is still there. How do we flip it to honor? How do we flip it so that people start as in, because okay, take for example a situation, right, where as in I'm doing this, right? In a way you can say maybe selfish, but I want you to be better because you being better helps me be better, right?
So a parent, let's just put it family.
Okay. From a parent's perspective, right? As a child, I want my parents to be better parents because I'll be a better child, right? So if I remove my ego out of the way in order to help them become better parents, right? If they don't have that honor to be like, you know what, as in, if I'm going to be a best parent, well, myself has to be taken to be a good parent. When they are presented with or checked by their child, because of that positive self-pride, they'll take it on in a different way. But if they had negative self-pride, they'll take it on in a negative way. And then that would not affect your child's honor. Your child had your born honor in that situation. But now I have to go back to my ego because I'm trying to help you, and it's kind of like offensive more that as in I actually went out of my way and you didn't even come on, man.
No, I think from that point of view, right? I think something that can help that I can think of is that I know every African like parent like is the best parent ever in terms of like when they care for you. Because everything they do is off on the point of care, but they just care the opposite way. They care like unfortunately, it's backwards. It's just like it's up. But the thing again, as you said, that's all you know. That's how you grew up. That's what you believe good parenting was. So I think is the fundamental objective of being a parent is you want to be close to your kids and you want to know your kids better, right? And if you want to do that, honestly, the most objective way of achieving that is literally understanding. And in order for you to have understanding, you need to understand that like every child you have has different experience in life. And you can't expect them to be like you. You can't compare them or all that kind of stuff. The way you're going to treat them determines the kind of relationship you're going to have with them. So if you show them from early that you're just human, but you have more experience, so I can guide you in certain aspects of things. I'm telling you, like, I'll feel more comfortable coming to talk to you about it, and I'll get advice from you because ultimately that's what parents want. That's what parents want to do. The parents don't eat like. As a parent, I don't own my kid. If I'm a parent, you know what I'm saying? I'm just there to just guide them to just be better than me, to live a better life than the one I've experienced. So if you understand, if you swallow your ego from that point of view, these are kind of things you can achieve. And I believe most African parents anyway, this is what they want to achieve because we don't know like most of them don't actually know about this kind of parenthood where like you're close to your kids. It's when you're like 50 or when you have like your kids and wife or you left the house, that's when you start having like a good relation. And that's actually it's such a waste of time because imagine if I invested from like teenagehood to like this person live like you know them from very, very different from a different point of view, man. But
it's kind of like when as in like for me, I feel like for my kids, right, I don't want a situation where someone comes and says something, good or bad, about my child. I'm like, really?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, even if it's bad, even if it's like, oh, your child robbed, oh, really? You robbed how much to me? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I want to know my kids.
I want to know, so I feel like it's that aspect where they feel like, oh, they raised their kids their kids have got jobs, their kids are settled, blah blah blah. But you don't know your kid. Like
Yeah.
you're not gonna tell, like you'll be like, what? What?
You be bamboozled. But the thing is, like,
Yeah.
and to be honest, even touching that point, right? If you know your kids like that, it's easier for you to guide them more,
Yeah.
and it's easier for you to give them advice that is useful and
Yeah.
helpful,
Yeah.
as opposed to like just the generic
Yeah.
one read or like it doesn't
Yeah.
like that one doesn't actually add value to
Yeah.
anything, because like it's like telling me exactly what I know,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
you know. We do, like, even it helps your conversations. You have longer conversations more
Yeah.
because you can relate to this
Yeah.
kid from his point of view
Yeah.
because you know who he is. Like just stuff like that. So I think
Yeah.
it's something that we should
Yeah.
explore more as a community.
Yeah, and a good segue to that to get to why our parents have that mentality. So we talked about their upbringing in terms of like the colonial kind of environment they're raised in. Also the aspect of religion, right? Like that spirituality, Christian aspect. The concept of not being able to question God at all, as in at all, right? Don't you feel like that has a trickling effect on a mentality like you, where okay, if I've already accepted this to be the status quo, this person in charge, the ultimate person in charge, has a don't question me status. If I'm ahead of you in any other line, that's what the big boss has.
Yeah.
Don't question me status. So obviously that will
So
just the pass. So like that aspect of religion, do you feel like it also helps really that egotistical mentality?
I absolutely believe so, because in context of Nigeria anyway, if you have any form of power, there's a way people that have even local celebrities.
Prefects.
Yeah. Like if you have anything defined as power, like you try to use it to the most maximum. you maximize like what that power can actually achieve.
Yeah.
And I think yes, it definitely comes from an aspect of religion, because even in Islam as well, the imams, they have prominent places in society just because they spend their time to read the Quran, all that kind of stuff. Just like the pastors as well.
Yeah.
The pastors just dedicated they dedicated their life to studying the word of God.
Yeah.
So because they've done that, and everybody just trusts their judgment like that, it's just easy for the pastors to just say anything, and you say, no, this pastor said something because he's closer to God. So I definitely think religion is breeded that aspect of respect. But what I don't agree with is, I don't think, even with the respect, that aspect of respect that religion has bred, I still feel like that culture of like, I'm older than you as well plays like a factor in that. And we don't really understand, like we don't copy respect, like that aspect of respect. But we like in the African point of view, we only copy one side of that respect. We don't understand the mutual respect aspect of it. It's just like, let me receive it because I deserve it, and that's it. But I don't believe that even leaders as well, like they don't respect their citizens, but they just demand respect. That's why they have all these like soldiers, all that kind of stuff like that. So even from our parents' point of view, right? When it comes to them always receiving respect and all that, because they don't understand that if it is reciprocal, right? Because they don't understand that aspect of it. So now, even from that point of them demanding respect, conflict arises, and I still feel and I feel like it's all tied to like Christianity, culture, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I don't think it's just solely tied to like Christianity.
Yeah, I feel like the aspect, probably even the traditional aspect that you touched on growing up, maybe that concept of age, the colonial influence, religion, probably all just came together to mix. On the aspect of religion, though, right? If you think about that concept of a supreme being that has a don't question status, right? Let's paint a scenario that so every question, right? Every question someone asks you is a reasonable question. I'm not talking about like this rhetorical, not a rhetorical question, like a genuine question, right? Is an aspect of humility. Like if you tell me, don't put this thing on the table, I say, why shouldn't I put it on the table? Right? The generic response or the default response now again is, why are you asking me?
Yeah.
Why shouldn't I put it on the table? Right? But if you understand ego, right? If you understand that the fact that the person asked you why shouldn't I put it on the table, right, is an act of humility, because for me asking you that, I'm giving you an opportunity for you to teach me.
Yeah.
So as in, I've already put you on a higher pedestal.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So if you have a question, a mentality of that which was supreme being of God, like, to me, surely that is counterintuitive, because surely that supreme being will want you to question him, because it shows as in this person, as in he values my information, he wants to learn, he wants me to expand his own knowledge. So that context of, as in this is what the Bible said, is this a fundamental? I'm like, no, like surely this God wants you to ask. Okay, I mean, I'm not saying what the Bible said is not true, but explain to me further. Let me see your own perspective on one.
Or break it to me.
Break it, as in, let me
understand.
understand how can that be a disrespectful thing to God? That's not disrespectful. That's you showing God even an utmost more respect.
But you know, the line they always quote is that line of he's all powerful, all bad, like he's everything. So like he's just I am that I am. Yeah. Nobody should say anything. I don't necessarily understand how that is not perceived as something that is negative in a way.
Because if any other situation in life you found yourself like, no, this is messed up.
Exactly.
If that was your husband,
your father,
your president, you'd be like, yo, no.
Let me ask questions.
Exactly. But we just accept it because it's God and no one has that. Yeah.
And even the concept of religion, right? I feel like religion is not all about, like, is an aspect of spirituality, but fundamentally I think religion is a way of life. Really, it's just a philosophy of life, like pretty much saying, it's like saying, for example, let me use tribes, right? Let's say people like in the middle belt of Nigeria just say, I like Igbo, I like the Igbo culture. We're just gonna adopt that because that will help us permanent in terms of business, in terms of even how we like treat people in our society. And then they copy that and then they practice that and then they give that to other people. They give that same knowledge to like people in South America, and then you have like different kind of stuff. I feel like fundamentally that's what Christianity is, because ultimately it came from like the Romans and all that kind of stuff, right? Yeah, I think it's the Romans now.
I mean, it was propagated in
it was propagated in the Roman Empire. And it was a means of revolution against the Romans. Well, sorry, that's what I was going to say. It was a means of revolution over the Romans, and that's fundamentally what happened. Just the way in Cuba, there's like this socialist like movement, all that kind of stuff. It was a philosophy fundamentally, but then because of the success that and the potential of that, it was used by prominent people of that society, to make it big, and then the West adopted that, all that kind of stuff. I think same for Islam as well. So I think because in Nigeria we just adopted it just plainly from a spiritual point of place, right? We don't understand like the thin line between religion and culture. Like we like the religious aspect of Christianity, but fundamentally the religious, like the Christian principles, how practical is it in your culture? So because we don't understand that kind of stuff, we fall very big victims of manipulations from religious leaders and all that kind of stuff. And fundamentally, I think religion is dying, man, amongst our own generation, which is sad, because I think religion is something that is very beautiful, but we didn't copy it. Yeah, we didn't copy it in the right way. And fundamentally now, because we're seeing the world now, we're asking more questions and all that kind of stuff. It's not making sense. Based on the point our parents told us about. So
one interesting on that point is the concept of how in Islam, like the religion is more integrated into everybody's way of life, right? But as you touched on, for Christianity, it seems like it's like an add-on, right? It's an add-on for a spiritual context.
Yeah.
And the
the point you're making is like you don't understand the thin line between that and that. Like we don't understand like, okay, like actually that thing that you're calling your religion, this is the thing I do on Sundays, this is what I do with my family and friends who are Catholic, we go, we recite all the Virgin Mary and stuff like that. That rather it's meant to be principles to actually help in your day-to-day guiding life.
Yes.
How you treat people, how you do your business and all that kind of stuff.
Even how you make money.
Exactly.
Even how you make money from a Christian point of view, based on like different principles that you learned of Christianity.
Yeah.
Because fundamentally, Islam too had different things. That architecture, that math, that science, that all that kind of stuff. That was birthed from there. And that's what they use. That's why you have like Islamic scholars and all that kind of stuff. But Christianity in the African context, you just copy the spiritual aspect of it.
And they didn't take anything about it. Because I can't remember someone was saying something that was like, someone asked them something about their job, right? They're saying, oh, they are very Christian and very religious and stuff. Someone asked them something about their job, and they're like, nah, I separate my Christianity from my work. And at first hearing that, I was like, that's fair. That's being a reasonable and diplomatic person, right? And then someone else, one of my friends, like, I mean, it's been the Islam, so that now Islam permeates all aspects, because it's the spiritual part of the religion. I started thinking, what? As in the first thing in my head, that's so, as in, how can you have this spiritual context that that's the thing I do, as in,
like it doesn't do anything else.
I don't apply it to anything else. I'm like, no, surely, as in, this thing should be the guiding principle. And when you start finding, actually, it's not compatible with the way you want to see your life, which is back to the aspect of like your own chi, like your own balance of good and evil. How do you see yourself, right? If you take on an external practice like a philosophy, like some other philosophy, like Christianity is philosophy, Islam is philosophy, capitalism is philosophy. Take out another philosophy and it's not congruent with that image you have of your own God. Drop it. Like, don't keep practicing the same thing, as in just because you like the spiritual aspect of it. Like, it has to be like what Islam. It has to be something that permits everything. It's beneficial across all boards. If something is beneficial in the spiritual but not beneficial in the material, forget that. As in, find something else. If something is beneficial in the material, then it's like capitalism, but not beneficial in the spiritual. Like, you're not. Yes, capitalism helps you make money, but you're not happy. Like, you want to have friends. Stop. As in, don't partake in that. Do something that's across board. And yeah, I feel like that's another mentality we need to have in where we treat religions or philosophy.
But you know, the thing is, like, again, just like most things in life, I think religion as well, especially Christianity, actually more so Christianity, is superficial. Just the way our system of government is superficial. I feel like Christianity is a bit superficial as well in that sense, because like, as in, even as like a black person, I don't see how you can. I'm not saying Christianity is not dope, but the way, you know, the way it's practiced, like in Nigeria, it's like God provides everything. And you know you guys are struggling, but you just accept that God will provide everything, and you won't believe in the actual hard work. you won't rely on the hard work that sustained you for years and years. Do you get what I'm saying? For example, like, I feel like with the aspect of religion, or how you say like religion should, you know, you can use religion to even better yourself, is use religion from the point of, I'm going to go and study as a Christian, and like, even have your disciplines of life should come from like a Christian point of view, and you should really mean it. But because Christianity seems superficial, even people don't really believe it like that. It's just like, it's almost like that's what is around here, like a tradition. That's just what we do. Yes, like, exactly. I don't think a lot of people buy into religion. I don't know.
You see all this, I was about to say, but you see all these individuals, right, who say that they're Christian, they're very Christian, they pay their tithes, they believe in fundamentally, but then they still cheat people in business, they cheat on their wives, they cheat on their, you go to God for forgiveness and blah, blah. I'm like, obviously, Christians present that caveat, right? But as in, look at yourself, but as in, clearly, as in, why are you bonding yourself in this mindset? Like, clearly, this is not congruent in the way of life you want to live. Exactly. Like, find something else. Like, I think going closer to that is that
that aspect of, again, like that positive self-pride, like that honor, like if you genuinely, from a positive aspect, like you're proud of yourself, then you want to be a better person. You don't get this Christianity or Islam or other religion as a masquerade for your imperfection.
Yeah.
You actually want to address your imperfection. Like, I want to make this better, not because I'm trying to get to heaven or this reward that from the spiritual aspect, but because as in the ultimate goal is to be a better human being in life. Like, so if Christianity don't make me a better human being, find something else to make you
a better human being. Yeah, it's not necessarily like you should. Again, exactly, and I think that's another angle as well that I think we should see religion. We should see it as a way of bettering our own life. You can be any individual and copy any religion that you feel like benefits your life. If you think the Muslim way of life is something that you heavily resonate with, you should go, I think you should be allowed to practice freely without, that prejudice and all that kind of stuff. Because mostly in Nigeria, if you're Muslim now, you're from the north, they assimilate you with just ignorance and terrorism. Likewise, like if you're a Christian up down in the north, they see you as this loudmouth, prideful individual, all that kind of stuff. So I think as well, we need to cut that as well, because again, in terms of that even having the community, that's caused so much destruction in terms of massacres that's gone on in the North Central, all that kind of stuff. Like that's a very, very negative angle of religion. So I think seeing it as a way to better our life and improve the community, even from our parents' point of view, all that kind of stuff, I think it would be very, very detrimental to them. Because you're saying if you're a Christian and you don't know how to love your kid properly, apart from just shouting at what kind of teaching are you trying to teach them? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, what kind of Christian are you trying to turn them into? Because if you say God is all loving, and you're doing the church, you're doing the complete opposite. You're doing the complete opposite of that. So you're just saying all these words that you don't believe. So it's just like, as much as you say all these words, and we dwell on prayer, we dwell on God, you tell the soul. I think
it's been hypocrite.
Yes, sir. They tell you, yo, believe in God, all that, and then the next thing you're slapping me in the room. I'm so confused why I'm getting slapped. But somehow I'm just doing it for the right of God. And in the Bible, God is always discussing, it's all love. I forgive one another. Like, you can't forgive your kids for the little mistakes. You have to discipline them to show them. Imagine if God used the wrath of God to discipline the world every time someone committed a sin in the world. Like that won't make any sense. So even transferring that to how our society as a whole functions, I think if we have that mentality it will help us tremendously. But ultimately I think it all boils down to ego. It's all the ego. It's just the egotistic aspect of it.
Ego is purely negative, then
ego is purely the negative aspect.
I'll agree with that. You definitely don't need that.
Because it's just so, it makes you emotional, right? And you just act like, you see a grown ass man acting so immature because of blaming your ego, literally. And it's just like, it's not like we're not developing as a society. If you see something that happens in the West here, it's like they have the ability to swallow the ego. They do have ego covertly, and the ego, we see, is more dangerous because it turns into malice. You smile in your face, all that kind of stuff. But in the long run, you should not cross those lines at all. But fundamentally, the way they communicate and pass stuff has really helped them. Because you know exactly, it provides so much clarity. You know exactly where you're going to get there and there. If I know to trust you, I will trust you. If I know not to trust you, I'll trust you. And it's just something like that, I think, should be the next aspect of development in terms of how I even say Nigeria, from Nigerians fundamentally. I think this
so
is
would you say right? So if someone disrespects you, right? I'm just trying to rationalize ego, right? If someone disrespects you, right, and you return them with disrespect, is that your ego acting?
But if someone disrespects you, what are you trying to achieve? fundamental as a human being.
As you're trying to teach them respect.
You're trying to teach them respect.
Yeah, that's what you're trying to achieve. You're trying to establish respect for yourself. So you disrespect them as in order to gain that respect. Are there outcomes when that is
I don't think necessarily disrespecting them is discipline. I'm not saying you should let it slide because discipline is different from disrespect. Let's just make that clear right now. Discipline is different from disrespect, right? Yeah. So in times where somebody does something like crazy to you, and say you're trying to understand why he did that, and his ego is playing mind, is checking, all that kind of stuff. Already, if you don't have ego established, that you be self-aware, right? So if you're self-aware in this kind of place, you understand that, like, okay, the only way this person can learn is through discipline. And now you think of different avenues of discipline this person, and all that discipline, and make that discipline so good that you understand.
No, I'm putting
that he understands exactly why you're disciplining him the way he did. And you know, there's some kind of discipline that, you know what, actually, fair enough, makes sense. It makes sense.
So, like, said discipline is not really as in when you try to discipline someone, it doesn't necessarily try to disrespect the person.
No.
However, with discipline does come disrespect on the person's
No,
side.
but you've tried to...
You're not trying to disrespect, but the person will still feel disrespect to the discipline,
No,
right?
but yeah. But the goal is for him to feel it from a point of, you know what? I deserve this.
Yeah.
Like, just cool. It's like I respect it. I can see why he did it. Because first of all, I've communicated exactly my feelings towards how you treat them in the first place. So most often than not, you anticipate it, and my discipline will come like a trap where you just fall inside and say, no what.
So still working through this, right? So now we've established, right?
Yeah.
So discipline, as in if you're self-aware, you don't have ego, you're self-aware. It comes down to the fact that you understand that for the person to learn for this outcome, you need discipline. You're not doing it from a place of trying to disrespect the person. You're trying to get the outcome out. The person in the process might feel disrespected, but at least the outcome is to get that respect. Okay. Is there still aspects where it is possible that they are beneficial, where your own intent was still, as in, is discipline for them to come back and realize, oh shit, oh yeah, I'm a bad
But for me to feel
but
good,
it's still a little bit of, as in, I'm happy that you're getting disrespected.
See, fully, I agree.
Yeah.
I think there's no harm in having that if at least the message is trying to create a bit of positive outcome. I don't mind that because with ego, most often than not, it brings out the most negative aspect of it. Like it's just like you argue and then in fact nothing was resolved and that was gone. But with this one, I feel good. You understand why? Like it's like everything is satisfied. Everything is satisfied. You know what I mean? So like it's not too much. It's just that like if you use pure ego, you just make rash decisions. You say words that can definitely never take back. And that's something as well, like you need to be mindful of. But not having an ego makes you think a lot. And it makes you more of a great, like, in fact, the ego you're trying to have, it turns into a positive thing because, as I said, if you don't have an ego, you'll be so self-aware that you'll be able to control every outcome that you wish for. Because for example, if somebody has an ego, he just likes you to always hail him to get something. You're just gonna do that if you want to get something off him.
Yeah.
What's the ego in there of you just telling somebody that you've fundamentally gotten what you want to get, and that's like, to me, that's more beneficial than I'm not gonna ask him that because I don't like the way he responds. No.
Yeah.
Like if you truly want to just do that, get your stuff and leave. Like it makes you very objective and object driven in a way. But
Now I feel like all you parents out there should be taking notes on this kind of comment. Well, it's definitely something from an African perspective we need to address.
Yeah, because even our generation as well.
Yeah, that communication aspect, but also the
relation,
self pride, and how do you actually manage it, and ego and stuff like that. Yeah.
But do you think that will change in our generation, though? No.
I mean, in terms of how we
and how we relate, how we,
no, 100%.
Yeah, but
there'll obviously still be those guys that are traditional. That's how their parents is. But on a larger scale, there'll be more and more. There'll be way better parents in our generation than we had in our parents' generation.
But to be honest, that's actually a goal. That's a goal.
Yeah, and that's the goal. That's what I'm saying.
And I hope like our kids are even so much better.
That's the point. And we're trying to, but like I said, from that honor part, you're trying to be the best version of yourself. So if you have that self pride, that I want to be the best version of myself, right? Even anything that will get you to be that, even if it's painful, you still you still adopt, because as in that's your fundamental aim to be better. So so all this criticism, all this stuff, if the aim is for us to be better parents, it's something that we need to take on, like, regardless. So
I think even in general, if we can change this mindset, it helps us, like, as a community, because there's nothing, the more you think as a human being, right? I think the more intelligent you become, because that split second of thinking can evoke, like, a different, like, outcome of like your thoughts that you're thinking immediately. If you just think, if you think for a second as opposed to just do something rash, you're more likely to make a better decision. You get it. So it's just like, I think it's something that we need to adopt as a society, because, like, the more we do that, it just means, like, we'll have more of, like, an intelligent community. And with intelligent community, it means we'll develop a little bit faster and all that kind of stuff. So thank you very much. Thank you very much for for staying tuned to us, for listening to us. We're going to be back again next Sunday, precisely 9 p.m. with another
plug our IG.
Things Come Together. Yeah, our IG actually. Follow us on our Instagram page. At Things Come Together. Our YouTube page as well, no?
Yeah, I've got a YouTube page. Yeah, TCT Podcast.
TCT Podcast. So check us out there. And thanks for listening again. My name again is Eslaf. People that join in a bit.
I'm Anigo.
So yeah, thanks for listening. Bye.
Right, listeners and viewers, thanks for joining us for this week, Sunday, the 29th of November, 2020. We will be right back here next Sunday, same time. Remember, we usually start at 6 p.m., but we had a special program to cover a charity project at Nakuru, Kenya today. So that was the reason we started at 5:30. Once in a while, we do have requests like that, and we will let you know through our Facebook page. If you are not on our Facebook, please go to our Facebook. That is OY Media Scotland. Is only one. Just go there, right on there on Facebook, and join in. Also on YouTube is the same name, OY Media Scotland. Please subscribe to our YouTube page so that you could get a lot of any program that we're doing. So do enjoy the rest of the weekend. It's just few hours before the weekend runs off. For those of us that are in the UK, for people that are in the US, you still have more hours. And of course, for people that are in Nigeria, you have shorter hours to get to the end of the weekend. But wherever you are, do enjoy the rest of the weekend and do have a blessed week. Thank you very much. See you next week.